I'm walking on a tightrope, and I wish I could touch the ground. My future's covered in smoke, but my head is up in the clouds. And maybe this will all fade after one bad day, and I'll be okay. But my life is in the worst place, and I can't wait for heartbreak from my mistakes. I don't wanna burn these bridges anymore. It's easy to say things you don't mean when you're at war. I'm just too tired to fight, but there's an end in sight. Wave the white flag, I'm yours tonight. 'Cause my heart can't take these heights. I need your love with me for life. I need your love, I need your love with me for life.
Happy Saturday, everyone. Happy Saturday. Oh my God, the hair. Jesus, this is what I get. This is what I get. Oh my goodness. Okay. Okay. Should have toweled that down a bit more. Oh, excuse me. Oh God, look, I'm already burping. It was a mess. I have food. Look, guys, I have food. Technically breakfast, because I had trouble sleeping last night. So this is the first meal of the day. How's everyone doing out there? How's everyone doing out there? How's everyone doing? Good? No, Sir Bart, it's cream of wheat. Cream of wheat. Okay, let's see here. Let's see who we got. Let's see who we got here. Okay. AMA has a 15 stream streak. Well done, AMA. Well done. Okay. So, hello in your groove. So glad you're here in your groove. So glad to have you here. Always glad to have you here in your groove. You should tell us about your European adventures in the Discord if you want to. You don't have to, but I would love to hear about them. Hello, Sir Bart. Yuck it up. Right, Sir Bart. Yuck it up. I'm like becoming used to it to the point where it doesn't throw me into a blind rage, but still, yes, fine. Yuck it up. Sure, Sir Bart. Okay. Hello, Jay Williams. Good morning, Jay Williams. Everyone check out Jay Williams' art. You can find it, on his Instagram and X page. If you join the Discord, which is linked at the top of the Twitch chat, and well, now it is linked at the top of the Twitch chat. Oops, wrong button. Shit. And the bottom of the YouTube chat. You can find a link to our Discord. Go to Jay Williams' profile, open up his profile. Maybe one of these days I'll actually pull up one of Jay Williams' pieces of art so people I can actually advertise it properly. And you can commission art. He's a really good artist, seriously. Okay. Hello, Jay Williams. So glad you're here. Hello, James Nordoff. How are you doing, James Nordoff? Are you doing well? Glad to have you here, of course. Ivana, I feel like it's been a couple days since I've seen you. How are you doing, Ivana? So glad you're here, as always. So glad you're here. Hello, Lurking Snow Leopard. Hello, Lurking Snow Leopard. You're the best, Lurking Snow Leopard. I love having you here, Lurking Snow Leopard, but you know that. You know that, Lurking Snow Leopard. That was creepy. I'm sorry. Hello, Druzilla. Yoodles. Yoodles to you too, Druzilla. Yoodles to you. That's weird, but okay. It's Druzilla. What else do I expect? Hello, Druzilla. I love bullying Druzilla. I think Druzilla likes it too. I think Druzilla gets off on it. But anyway. Hello, Dodongo. Hello, Dodongo. Okay. How are you doing, Dodongo? Really, it's been a couple days since I've seen you too, I think. I'm so glad to see you here, Dodongo. Hello, Virtual Violence. I love verbally sparring with Virtual Violence. Virtual Violence is very bright in terms of virtual sparring. Quite the challenger, Jester v. Jester. How are you doing, Virtual Violence? Hello, Philly Cheese. I love Philly Cheese so fucking much. Oh my God. I'm in love with you, Philly Cheese. Okay, that's a bit parasocial or whatever. But anyway, how are you doing, Philly Cheese? So glad you're here. Oh, Philly Cheese is fucking hilarious. Also, a great nemesis of mine in the verbal sparring department. Let's see here. Hello, AMA. So glad you're here, AMA. Oh my God, AMA. You've been around for goddamn ever. Okay, you've been around for fucking ever. Jesus. I feel like you're ancient, but you're not. You're younger, but I feel like I've lived a lifetime with you, AMA. Okay. Dodongo, I got a new desk coming tomorrow that can rise up and lower. Oh, that's like the one I have. I mean, it's been so lovely, Dodongo, to like be able to stand and not get a blood clot. So, yeah, love it. Love it, love it. Okay. All right. Good morning, clan. Hello, Resident Union Thug. So glad to have you here, Resident Union Thug. Twin Revolt. Good morning. I'm going to be chatting from Twitch today, just a heads up. Would you like to be modded on Twitch? Would you like to become a great, glorious conqueror over on Twitch, Resident Union Thug? I can turn you into a mod over there if you'd like. I hope you're doing well. Okay. What even is this? Hello, Oxpecker. Oxpecker, you know I love having you here. We spar, we chat, we have a lovely time. Everyone also, Oxpecker is also an artist. If I'm correct about that, Oxpecker, I believe, don't you do music and things like that too? If there's a way I can shout out your work too, Oxpecker, let me know. Would it be do you have a YouTube or something I could advertise for you? Anyway, just curious. But hello, Oxpecker. So glad you're here. What is this painting, you ask? I can't even remember. Meowzord made it. It's an ancient paint. It's an old, not ancient. It's an old painting. I can't remember what the painting is. Forgive me. Maybe I'll look it up. Okay. Hello, Sir Bart. Love having Sir Bart here. Of course. I already said hi to you, so you don't get another one. Okay. Uh, that's true, Jay Williams. That trouble sleeping was all of you. It's all your fault that I couldn't sleep. Anyway, ooh, I'm just dying. Don't worry. Uh, okay. Philly Cheese says, you whites and your cream. Yeah, it's basically just gruel, but it's easy to make. And you can put shit in it. So I put a bunch of almond flour and almonds, so it has some protein in it. Yay. Okay, very boring, I know, but hey, you do what you can. Give me a second. I got to take a painkiller. I just hurt my tooth with the hot tea. Okay. So, one second. One second. All right. So, who else we got here? We got Outer Signal. Everyone check out Outer Signal stuff too. If you go on YouTube, search Outer Signal Media. He does great YouTube videos and stuff. Check out his stuff. I want Bigfoot videos or I riot. Oh, calm down, Outer Signal. Calm the fuck down. Jesus, it's too early for this shit. I swear to God. I'm just kidding. Love you, Outer Signal, very much. We're actually briefly going to talk about some of that. Not like do a Bigfoot thing, but have a little community convo. Let's put it that way. Okay. Oh, that's funny, Oxpecker. Okay. Let's see here. Anyone else I missed? Anyone else I missed? J-Mac. Hello, J-Mac. J-Mac. Oh, did you? I'm sorry, J-Mac. I didn't see it. Give me a second. That's the problem with almonds, though. They like disintegrate in your mouth and then they go down your throat and it makes me like choke. Okay. Where's the you redeemed the jog, did you? Yes, you did. Okay. I will jog. Hello, Ivana Be Spanked. Hello. Did I miss anyone else? Did I miss Marzipan? Hello, Marzipan. We'll go through the rest of these guys pretty fast. Hello, Mr. King K. Hello, Mr. King K. Who else we got here? Body Swap. Hello, Body Swap. Quack, quack. Quack, quack, quack. Hello, Body Swap. Hello, Dolly Boy. No, I think you meant whites. I think you meant whites because you're racist, Philly cheese. Hello, Dolly Boy. So glad you're here. Okay. All right. All right. All right. So guys, yes, Marzipan, I'm running for all of you. Okay. So guys, a few things here. Today I have like nothing really planned. I do have a few videos lined up regarding news items that I didn't cover this week. So since let's have a little community meeting, shall we? You know, so I can berate all of you. No, it's actually nothing bad. So this last as you guys know, I do politics and news and education. And this last 2 weeks, I did a themed presentation on the Vietnam War. Okay, so for 2 weeks, our educational segment was all about the Vietnam War. We got an in-depth look at the Vietnam War, or more in-depth, at least, than you would normally have with my other presentations because it lasted for 2 weeks. Okay. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. So I did do that. Okay. And because of that, I spent a lot of energy doing that, which made it that I did not have as much time to find good videos or really dive deeply into the news because I was so focused on making good presentations. So it's kind of a balancing act. Ooh. Wah. Yee, okay. It's kind of a balancing act. If I do themed presentations and do like college level presentations, then it becomes kind of hard for me to spend time, you know, uh, like really hyper focusing on the news, etc. because I need to, you know, if I do the news, I want to make sure I actually know what the fuck I'm talking about and that I can even contribute to the fucking conversation. So I just to let you know, I'm trying to figure out a better balance for this because I look back, I'm like, oh my God, I missed a lot of news items. So just to let you know that. So we're going to cover some news items today that I didn't really talk much about in the following week, the prior week. For that reason, also, sorry. Also, okay. Um, oh God, I'm dying. What else was I gonna say here? Oh, yes. So I don't know, what was I gonna say? I can't remember what I was gonna say now. So we might not every day will be not every week will be themed. There'll be some weeks where we do what we normally do, which is a single standalone educational segment and then news and shit. But I'm still trying to figure out the best way to structure the streams, okay? Also, okay, that's better. Um, shut up, Resident Union Thug. Dear God, go to hell, okay? So, also, so please don't judge me too hard if I'm like skipping important events. I literally sometimes don't even know they're happening because I'm trying to make good presentations for the Viet. I was trying to make good presentations for the Vietnam War stuff. Um, and that also means that when these last couple weeks, I've noticed that when I do show videos, they're typically just taken from reactions because I don't have much time to find ones otherwise. So that kind of affects the content I show. I've noticed that I'm just sharing with all you guys all the things I've learned from the last 2 weeks because we're like a collective, we're like a hive mind. So I've noticed that like after the educational segments, there's actually been a somewhat of a drop off of viewership, probably because everyone really likes the educational. Hello, Gwen. How are you doing? Are you cool, Gwen? It's so fucking hot over there. I know. My God. Okay. Uh, I know I've been showing a lot of videos from reactions, which but this will I'm gonna figure out a way to do this where I actually show stuff that I can curate better, etc. So we'll figure it out. Okay. All right. Um, what else was I gonna say? I feel like there was one other thing I was gonna add here. I think that was basically it. Oh yes, another thing here. Oh yes, one other thing. Okay. Oh gosh, Gwen, I'm sorry. Another thing here. I have an open. This sounds so fucking corporate. I have an open door policy, right? I have an open door policy. So for everyone in the community, you all know I kind of have a persona when on camera. Okay, when I'm in front of all of you, when I'm kind of interacting with you guys in the Discord. Um, and it can occasionally be hard to determine whether people are actually are giving me actual general critiques that they want me to take seriously versus when we're just bantering. And we also have a lot of folks in the community that are on the autism spectrum. And I'm saying that as someone who is also on the autism spectrum. And it can sometimes be hard to pick up on social cues, especially over the internet. So all I'm asking, guys, if you do, I promise you, I'm not a mean guy. Okay. I'm a real nice guy. At least I try to be. Okay, except for some of you, I just don't like you. See, this is what I mean. It's hard to tell the difference sometimes. Okay, but if you do have something you actually like a concern, a complaint, anything you want to talk with me about, I love getting feedback. Send me a DM, send me a personal message in Discord, and I will get back to you as soon as I can. Okay, uh, I am very much open to talking about these things. All right. And I promise you, if you send it to me privately, I will know for certain that it'll help. You'll I won't. I'll know it's not a persona thing. You see what I mean? Okay. Makes it easier. It makes it easier for me. Does that make sense? Okay. So just be aware of that. Yeah, I sometimes get worried that people will come in and be like, "Oh my God, he's such a fucking asshole." Okay, I promise I'm really not. I'm really not that bad of a guy. Okay, but send me a private message if you do have any concerns or anything. Okay, all right. So, and for those, I think there's pretty much. I think there's even people in here who know that for a fact, who have actually had complaints and talked to me privately. And hopefully you will back what I'm saying here that I really uh, anyway, okay, so that's just some notes there, and okay, done. We're done with the business side of this. It's Saturday. Let's do some shit, right? Yes, JMac, because you are okay. Okay, so I know AMA. Okay, all right. Marzipan, I'm so glad bisexuals are real. No, they were always real. That was a bad joke I was making that I didn't realize that there were connotations of because I'm biphobic apparently. Anyway, no, okay. Dolly boy. I haven't had complaints about the stream, but I can vouch for your persona being very different in DMs. Thank you. Thank you, Dolly Boy. Thank you. And I feel bad that folks, if you do contact, and Dolly Boy knows this too, if you do contact me in DMs, I might not get back to you right away. I have a lot of people communicating with me, or at least I have been. But there's a lot of things that I have to do all the time, so I might not always get back to you right away. But please give me some patience. I will get back to you. Uh, Also, oh yeah, another thing too. One, I know I'm sorry, I'm doing some business shit. I promise, stay around. We'll get to the good content. Okay. Uh, Another thing too, when it comes to the reactions channel, I know people, I know there people will send me videos. Sometimes I don't react to videos that people send me. Okay. Again, I've said this before, but don't take it personally if I don't react to your videos. I have to consider what is best for the stream, what will keep people in here, what doesn't mess up the flow I'm trying to achieve. Okay. And it's so just please don't take it personally. Anything put in the Reacts channel, it's not a guarantee I will watch it. But yeah, that's not, please don't take it personally. Also, when you do put things in the React channel of Discord, please remember to put how long it is, and if it's really long, make sure to put in there, like, if it's really long, what section you want me to watch. Does this make sense? Okay, fantastic. Resident Union Thug, what tea are you wearing? This is my Jester card. This is my Jester tea. It is a tarot card. Yes, I know it's a tarot card, but still, it's the full tarot card. Okay, so I love it. All right. Gwen, people can misspeak. I just watched a white man tell 3 black women they needed an overseas. Oh God, Gwen, that's awful. Okay. All right. I tried to make a little video and OBS was driving me bonkers. DJ Mac, you are really becoming. I'm not becoming fucking corporate. Fuck you. Okay, the fool. Yes, the fool. There you go. Boo boo the fool. Okay. All right, you guys. Let's go on, shall we? Let's actually do some shit. All right. Now, there's been some news items that I would like to talk about. Okay, there's been some news items that I would like to talk about. And I found some videos about some of these news items. First of all, the war has erupted again, if it ever really stopped, between Iran and the United States. And let's watch some of these. I just wanted to get an idea of what is happening over there.
The U.S. and Iran have carried out tit for tat.
So let's watch some of this. This is called Iran. This is from the BBC. Iranian targets hit by U.S. after attack on cargo ship. As always, guys, the war against Iran is an illegal war of aggression that has been carried out by the United States and Israel. It is not a defensive war. It is not a defensive war. To be clear, it is not a defensive war. Okay, it is a war of aggression, evil imperialist aggression. Okay, and we should lose, and we are losing, and I hope we lose. Anyway, inshallah, Iran will win, and they basically already have. Regardless, let's continue. Let's watch this just so we get an idea of what's happening.
The US and Iran have carried out tit-for-tat strikes, effectively breaching their ceasefire. Iranian state media says Tehran retaliated by striking US targets in the Middle East after the US military launched attacks on Iran. US Central Command confirmed its aircraft struck Iranian missile and drone storage locations and coastal radar sites.
Won't matter.
The incident that sparked this back and forth was on Thursday when Iran allegedly fired on a commercial cargo ship transiting the Strait of Hormuz. The US condemned the attack as a ceasefire violation. The US Vice President J.D. Vance, posting on X, said Iran signed a ceasefire agreement. We have honored it. If they have disagreements about how the MOU or Memorandum of Understanding...
Listen, guys, listen. Iran is winning the war. So for J.D. Vance to criticize them and say, well, if they have a disagreement with how it's being applied, they should talk to us. Sorry, J.D. Vance, the ball is in their court. And if the ceasefire is very, very, very clearly being applied, which it not being applied the way it should be, which it is very obvious because Israel has not left Lebanon. Okay, then they're going to break it because why would they care? They're winning. They're like, okay, fine, we'll just continue what we're doing. So this tut 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 is very funny to me. Like, we have no leg to stand on here. All right.
Standing is being applied, they can pick up the phone, but violence will be met with violence. Our North America correspondent Hugh Griffith sent this update from Washington.
US Central Command announced that it had carried out these strikes on Iranian drone and missile storage facilities and on a coastal radar base. Now, it says that it was a power...
I'm sorry. I also don't buy this bullshit. What drone or missile storage facilities are even left in Iran? I mean, we dropped 7,000 bombs, 7, 8,000, 9,000, 10,000, I don't know, thousands of bombs on Iran. And we've claimed multiple times that we've destroyed all their missile and drone infrastructure. So what the fuck is being bombed, right? I mean, it's possible they've started to rebuild some of these things, but I'm guessing that this, I don't even know if we actually hit these things. It might have just fired at some things that we thought might be something, but we don't know if there's something, right? So, okay. Oh no, it'd only take a week to replicate. Yeah, I know, right? Like, yeah, Sir Bart, but like, where are they storing? Like, I don't even know if we're actually hitting real locations, or they're just like our best guess of where these locations are, because clearly we couldn't hit all of them before, because they were still. So, like, I don't know. I feel like this is cope. It's a bombing in response to make it look like we're strong, but we're not. They still control the Strait of Hormuz.
Powerful response to a commercial vessel being hit in the Strait of Hormuz yesterday, claiming that Iran had clearly violated the ceasefire.
Ooh, Gwen says the fool represents new beginnings, unlimited potential, and taking a leap of faith. Ooh, that sounds good. That's what my shirt is. That's fantastic. I agree, Gwen. So I don't think they're damaging as much as we're told. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I feel like Iran has really withstood the bombardment. They have to be doing something right?
And that it was a way of the US ensuring that the Memorandum of Understanding signed just over a week ago between the two countries was being fully imposed and obeyed locally. A couple of hours later, the Vice President J.D. Vance on social media said that the US was upholding the ceasefire, and if Iran had...
Guys, just look at I'm sorry, but just look at this terrain here. Iran is a very, very mountainous country. Let me show you what I mean here, okay? Iran is a very mountainous country. Iran, I'm sorry. What is it? Iran. What word do I want here? Terrain. Okay, here you go. Look at this, all right? Very mountainous. Well, here we have you can actually really see in this model here how mountainous it actually is. Right. Well, oh, that's a good one. There you go. Look at that. Okay, that's Iran. Very, very mountainous. And a large chunk of this fighting that's happening is down here. If you guys can see on my screen here, this is where the Gulf is, the Persian Gulf. And they're right next to, literally, these mountains go right down to the coast. So you can easily hide tons of little caves and bunkers and shit within these mountains where you conceal drones and conceal missile silos and stuff. Like, it was moronic to think that we'd be able to stop them completely to begin with from using these things, because their terrain is perfect for hiding everything they ever wanted, right? Guys, and let's apply what we learned during the Vietnam lesson, right? One of the big reasons why it was really difficult for America to win in Vietnam was because in the French, was because the Viet Minh, the Viet Cong, the North would literally just hang out in the mountains and then do attacks out of the mountains and then go back and hide in the mountains. And they had stockpiles of weapons and ammunition in the mountains. There was it was really hard to get to the mountains. Any attempt to go into the mountains was met by death and destruction most of the time, right? It's like really hard to fight on a mountain in mountainous terrain. What about Afghanistan? Like, obviously, all of this is massively predictable. And I suspect this is why we haven't put troops on the ground, because it would be a massacre. American troops we would lose so many American troops, it would become an endless war. All right. Anyway, so yeah, no wonder. Okay. Just a note there. You can even see it here. Look at that. These cliffs here and stuff. You can hide all kinds of things all around here.
had a problem with how the memorandum was being imposed, it could always pick up the phone. However, ominously, he finished that message with the words, "Violence will be followed by violence." Now, his words were prophetic in one way, because a couple of hours later, there were reports emerging that Iran had struck back, trying to target locations where there are US bases. There are no details yet of exactly what that means, the scale of it, or the exact locations involved, but it does create the risk of the ceasefire being breached on both sides and the situation escalating. That said, arguably, it's probably not in either side's interest to see this return to an all-out war situation where we were 4 months ago. We know that here in the US, the Iran war has become unpopular with the public. And
It has
also
been,
politically
guys, to
with
be
some
clear, the
Republican-
Iran war in the U.S. has been unpopular for a while now, like a really long time. But that doesn't really matter, does it? Because we don't have a fucking democracy. So it's, whatever the elites, whatever games they want to play overseas, let them, who cares, right? It's not a real democracy anyway. I'm just kidding. I don't really want to let them do that. Yeah, it was not popular from the start, J-Mac, that's for sure. So just a note there. All right.
Turning against Donald Trump. And on the other side, well, we know that Iran's military capabilities has probably been struck severely over the last few months, and both sides have an interest in seeing the Strait of Hormuz open for oil to pass through. But clearly, there's a disagreement here over how that's managed, and that ultimately may cause some companies and insurers to reconsider what their plans will be for the next few days and weeks ahead.
Hugh Griffith there.
Dodongo, yeah, I'm finding myself needing to ditch all the perceptions I had about American politics because it's all new now and nothing traditional will work. Yeah, Dodongo. Admittedly, Dodongo, it hasn't worked for a while. But yes, I see your point. Yeah, okay.
Well, Arman Mahmoudian is a Middle East analyst at the University of South Florida. Here's his take on the significance of the latest developments in the region.
I think it is significant in terms of, being the first exchange of the fire after the memorandum of understanding being implemented. But I doubt that at this point, this exchange of the fire would actually result in the collapse of the memorandum of the understanding, as your other guest pointed out rightfully. Both parties are very vastly invested and interested.
Listen, I don't know. Is Lacroix here? Are you here, Lacroix? Because you've been taking a class about peace and war and things like that and international relations. I don't understand this take, this idea that they're both invested in the memorandum of understanding when it's being violated left and right. Is it the idea that it's like a baseline that they seek to constantly return to? But like if they're always if no one's following it, then what does that mean they're invested in it? I kind of get it. I mean, I guess it's not a sustained war like normal, like it used to be, but okay. I get the idea that they're trying, they don't want it to become an all-out war again. Okay, that'd be bad for both sides, mainly for the United States. But okay, was probably Israel that hit the cargo ship to make. Oh, almost certain. Oh, come on, Gwen, you know it. I mean, I obviously no evidence of that, but I would not be surprised. But yes, okay. But yeah, all right. So, and to be clear, though, I will say, Gwen, it probably was Iran just because Israel had already violated the agreement. But you know this, Gwen. Of course you do, right? Israel doesn't want peace. All right, that's the only party here that seems to not want peace at any cost, because while the United States is at war with Iran, Israel they want to see the Iranian regime collapse because that threatens them. That threatens their regional hegemony. Iran is the biggest single threat to Israeli domination of the Middle East. The next country, by the way, I've said this before, the next country in line, if Iran is taken off the board, Israel has already taken off a lot of countries in the Middle East and North Africa and stuff off the board using American power. I am really worried about does anyone know, theoretically, what is the next power next to Iran? What's probably a power that is another dominant power in the Middle East that would come next? To me, there's obviously Saudi Arabia, but there's also, thank you, Sir Bart, Turkey, right? Turkey. And listen, Turkey is in NATO, but there has been, and so if the theory here is right, guys, that if the theory here is right, that this is about dominating the Middle East, Turkey would be in the crosshairs eventually. Okay. And so if they, if Iran ends up getting ridiculously weakened, which it looks like they're not going to be, there has actually already been reports coming out. I would have to find them, so don't quote me on it, because if I'm not showing you a source, you shouldn't believe me, about Israel talking about how to deal with Turkey next. Okay. Because Turkey has a long reach in the Middle East as well. And so, like, that's pretty fucked up. Okay, like that's literally proves it's about domination in the Middle East. And Israel has already dealt with other powers in the Middle East. The yeah. All right. By the way, most of those powers that they've dealt with has been us dealing with those powers for them. And they've convinced us to do it. So we've dealt with Syria, we've dealt with Iraq, we've dealt with Egypt partially, we've dealt with Libya, we are the ones who have used our firepower to open them up to be dominant in the Middle East, right? Now, that's not to say that isn't also an extension of American empire. It's also for our sake. I mean, according to the elites, it benefits America because Israel's a giant military base, and then we get to dominate all these countries. But yeah. So anyway.
In concluding this matter, without
that's funny, Dodongo. Yes, Turkey is in Europe and the Middle East. Correct.
Any war with
yeah, I don't know, J-Mac. Listen, so you say, what happens if Israel attacks Turkey? How would NATO react? Well, that would be very bad for NATO. I will say, though, they don't even have to directly attack Turkey. Israel just funds proxies. They do that a lot. They fund proxies, so they could fund militant proxies in the Middle East that are fighting against Turkey and try and weaken Turkey's reach and things like that. And it's all very dangerous, but it's just, I don't know. This is just a theory of mine. We'll see what happens. And again, yeah, NATO would have to respond if there was a direct attack. So, but, Israel can get around shit. Yeah, Sir Bart. Now, Sir Bart, I have to remind myself, is there direct evidence of that? I mean, I suspect they did. Definitely Israel was involved with ISIL. Okay, it was definitely involved with ISIL. And ISIL, for those who don't know, is it coincidental that ISIS never really attacked Israel, which is really weird? You would think that, Islamic fundamentalists, lunatics that are in ISIL would not have would have loved to go after Israel, but they didn't. And they, strange. There is evidence that there are connections between Israel and ISIL. Okay. By the way, I don't even like using the language lunatics when referring to Islamic fundamentalists, because that's Islamophobic language when it's used by others. But Israel's is a fundamentalist lunatics too, by the way. So anyway, but yeah, so very strange, right? Yeah, Philly. Yeah, Putin is loving it. Of course, Putin's loving it. Putin loves the falling apart of NATO, right? Okay. J-Mac, the USA doesn't exactly treat NATO very well. Should we just sit back? That's a fair point, J-Mac, and that's what I'm wondering, because I don't know. Would Trump support NATO or would Trump support Israel? Ooh, God, I don't know. Okay, that's like, all right. That's why sort of the door has been opened for Israel to take action now, but this is all theoretical, guys, because they can't even defeat Iran. We can't defeat Iran. So that might close the door to doing anything about Turkey. You see what I mean? All right. Hello, Pet Gone Bad. So glad you're here. Yeah, he does, Gwen. He does. He does win out of NATO, right? Okay. So I can just see it, guys, in the news now. America or NATO, anti-Semitic NATO, seeks support from the United States against Israel. You see what I mean? Okay. Like all right. Okay.
A diplomatical settlement, and the fact that 2 days exchange of the fire between Iran and United States didn't carry out, so far at least, any casualty, and the attack seems to be contained.
Yeah,
it wasn't large, it was contained, limited, targeted, shows that while both parties want to demonstrate their willingness to use war force, their capability to extract force.
Yeah, okay, real fast, I'm sorry. Dolly Boy, absolutely. Okay, absolutely. Dolly Boy says G2. Yeah. And listen, guys, you all know I'm for the collapse of the American empire, but for a second here, let me put on my military Machiavellian strategist hat. Okay. China's making out like a bandit in all this. So is Russia. Okay. Like, We should have, if I were an imperial strategist, okay, I would have shifted America's funding to the empire, et cetera, to Asia long ago. Like, it started under Obama. Actually, Obama tried to start focusing more on Asia. But, like, I would be like, okay, Middle East, we're not going to fund Israel anymore. We're going to leave all that shit, and we're going to really focus on the Indo-Pacific region. Um, because that's like where a lot of the danger and stuff is coming from if you have an imperial mindset, okay? Xi loves this shit. I mean, all China has to do is sit back and let America drain itself against Iran, against Iraq, against Afghanistan, send money to Israel. You see what I mean? Okay. And that's Putin loves this shit too. He gets to sit back and be like, hey, go ahead and focus over on Iran and stuff while I'm still trying to conquer Ukraine and no one's really, so yeah, it's also just dumb strategically. If you care about empire, okay, which I don't give a fuck about, but that would not be my go-to. I'd be changing the focus to elsewhere. Now, if it were really me in charge, I would be pulling back everywhere. I'd be approaching China and being like, "Hey, buddy. Hey guys, you know what? Let's work together on this, okay? We can both be very prosperous if we work together on this. You can have your sphere of influence, okay? I don't care. Like, I don't know. I don't really, you can have your sphere of influence." You as a large state, unfortunately, you have the right to feel safe in your neighborhood. So I'm going to pull back, okay? And let's be friends. Let's open trade agreements and stuff like that. I am very safe over here in North America. I'm not worried about you attacking me. I mean, why would I be? There's a massive ocean between you and me and a very defensible continent that I have control over. I'm not worried about you. Let's work together. And then I would have ongoing negotiations with them to figure out, how to deal with various issues, like perhaps the withdrawal of some American military bases in Asia, and things like that to reduce tensions. That's what I would do. I would want there to be multipolarity, okay, and things like that. Now, that might piss off some of America's allies in Asia, but it's really hard to tell the difference between an ally and a vassal, by the way. So, okay. Gwen, I'm on a tiny island. I can't escape. Yeah, that's true, Gwen. Okay. So I'm just saying that's what I would do. I would pull back completely from Asia and kind of let them have their sphere of influence, with limits, of course, because I don't want anyone to be attacked in most cases. But you see what I mean. Okay. All right. Yeah. And then move the money back home. But again, if I were an imperialist, I'd be focusing on Asia. All right. Anyway.
Still, they'd rather to keep the tension contained and give the diplomacy's chance. That doesn't mean that there wouldn't be another exchange of fire. I think as long as we haven't reached a political settlement between the United States and Iran, sadly, we will witness similar experiences. But as long as the desire is to keep it contained, they can manage toward the negotiations.
Hugh Griffiths was just talking there about the military capabilities of Iran and how badly they've been affected. What's your assessment on that front in terms of how bad the situation is for Iran?
It's very militarily speaking, the Iranians have been badly degraded. And to be frank, if Iran didn't have this leverage over the Strait of the Hormuz, and it would have a very hard time to resist against America to wants to push back to extract concessions. Iranian launcher capability, which Iran needs to launch ballistic missiles against Israel and United States and bases across the region, has been badly damaged. Iran still has problem with the
I don't know about this. Listen. I mean, he's right. I have no doubt that Iranian military force has been degraded. They've had multiple bombs dropped on them. There is actual video evidence of a lot of their machinery being destroyed. That does not mean they're weak, right? We just did a Vietnam War presentation, didn't we? Like, you can bomb as much as you want. That doesn't mean that they're weak anymore. They also have clearly when a country is at war, it adapts over time. This is called friction, and I've told you guys about this before. You might be doing something to the enemy, but the enemy is also going to be making plans and adapting to what you're doing to them. It's friction. So they adapt and they learn. They've probably put a bunch of their stuff underground. That's not how this works. Of course, exactly, Weirdomorphous Blob. Yeah. They've been prepared for attacks for a long time. Weirdomorphous Blob says, and they're way more resilient to attack than other countries. Ditto. Okay. They absolutely are. They've been preparing for this. Sir Bart, but CR, they're losing more people. America is winning. I hate you so much, Sir Bart, right? America never learns, guys. America never learns. If guys, when we go, even when we think about Afghanistan, the Taliban lost a lot more troops and people than America did. A lot. Okay. They still won in the end, did they not? As soon as we left, they took over, very much like Vietnam. Okay. Same with anything with Vietnam. All right. So, Weirdomorphous Blob, 460 stream streak. Weirdomorphous Blob, good job. Dear God. J-Mac, I'll take a drink. Thank you. All right. We got that. Okay. Where is everyone? There's only 15 people over there. What the fuck's going on over on Twitch?
Storing its ballistic storage, ballistic missile sites. Some of the missiles seems to survive, but they are still under the ruins, and the gates to entry gates to these bunkers have been badly damaged. Iran's chain of command still needs time to settle. We do know that the highest echelon of the Iran's IRGC and also army have been killed in the first stage of the war. New commanders still need time to get familiar with the planning, with the rest of the organization and body of the troops. So military speaking, Iran has badly been damaged, and this is the leverage over the Strait of Hormuz that keep them going and keep them, to have some leverage in the negotiation. And I think that's one of the reasons that Iran is very keen to do such a maneuver, such as earlier yesterday, an attacks against the cargoes, to demonstrate to America that it's willing to use this leverage and not letting the Strait of Hormuz to be completely reopened, because reopening of the Strait of Hormuz prior to the end of the political settlement would make Iran actually much weaker and give Iran much lower hand. In the absence of the Strait of Hormuz, they will not have much of options to make the Americans to
Okay. This is true. I mean, it also is a good strategic move on Iran's part to remind America that we do still have control over this thing. So, all right. I did hear a report, guys, that America, let me see here. Let me see if I can find this. America sends more troops to Middle East. I thought I remember reading this. I could be wrong. I'm wrong. Okay, that's good at least. I thought I saw somewhere that there might be more being troops sent. That maybe it was outdated. Okay. All right. So let's go on here, guys. So that's what's happening over there. We'll see how things go. Again, I can't fully predict what's happening. I don't think anyone can, because every other day it changes, and there's the fog of war going on. So let's go on here. Another thing we can watch. Another thing to watch here. Another story. So for those who don't know, when we're going to watch a little bit about what's happening in the UK as well, but let's watch this. This is a TYT report. And listen, we can critique TYT, but they do some pretty good journalism. I hate you so much, Weirdomorphous Blob. I hate you so much. Weirdomorphous Blob says, but CR isn't the important thing here. World Cup pride flags. I swear to God, Weirdomorphous Blob. Okay. Okay. This is a TYT report on there were earthquakes in Venezuela. And I've said this before, guys. When it comes to a natural disaster, earthquakes are a natural disaster. I have found it funny, actually, that if you guys didn't know, that there are so many disasters in the world linked to climate change that I've literally on social media, some people were accidentally saying that, look, this is where climate change is taking us in reference to the earthquake, because we're so used to assigning, because climate change is like the cause of a lot of fucking things. It's not a cause of earthquakes. Just to let you know. I mean, I know that's stupid and you all know that, but earthquake's going to happen with or without climate change, okay? And it doesn't have any link to climate change. Regardless, I just thought that was kind of funny. And it shows the mindset that there are so many disasters due to climate change that like every disaster. Okay. Yeah. Anyway, I just thought that was funny. Yeah, we're melting the tectonic plates. No. Okay. That being said, all right, just kind of a funny side note there. disasters, right, Dodongo. I don't blame people. I really don't blame people for doing that mistake, because I get it. At this point, there are just so many disasters linked to climate change. It's kind of ingrained in our minds that a natural disaster is linked to climate change. Okay. I totally get it, Dodongo. Hey, like, I really get it. So natural disasters are not natural. I've said this before. Natural disasters are not natural. What do I mean by that? There are two components to natural disasters. One is the natural event, okay, whatever it may be, whether it be a hurricane, a flood, and even even that is not natural because of climate change. But okay. Oh, okay. In your groove, hey, if I'm wrong in your groove, okay. So in your groove says actually it could. We build dams for water. The pressure of the reservoir can make the earthquake worse. This is why we abandoned a dam project near me. Is that true in your groove? I literally didn't know that. Okay. Well, there you go. Okay. I learn something new every day. So I guess it can exacerbate an earthquake. But would it be true in your groove that it doesn't cause earthquakes, right? Like, it doesn't. So the earthquake happens and it makes it worse, but it doesn't, like, cause the earthquake, right? I mean, fracking, I guess, could. I'm just curious. See, I'm not a scientist, but okay. So when there is a natural disaster, there's the first part of it is the natural part, whether it be an earthquake or a flood or anything like that. Okay. Now, obviously, that's not even natural because climate change is causing it. And the second part, the thing that makes it a disaster, is the human part of this. What interesting in your group. Okay. So it becomes a disaster if the natural event is allowed to cause massive devastation and result in the death of a lot of people. Okay. Humans have all kinds of abilities to be resilient to these things. Okay. The human beings have all kinds of resilience to these things. Okay. So, I mean, we have all these kind of things. Yes, guys. So I get overall, listen. I shouldn't have mentioned climate change. There is not, like, climate change is not like causing a massive problem for earthquakes. Okay. Let me put it that way. It is not drastically increasing earthquakes. Okay. Earthquakes are a natural event with tectonic plates. Climate change is barely, I'm talking climate change. I'm not talking other things. Does that make sense? Okay. So that does not. I'm talking climate change. I'm interested in what in your group says about the dams, but that's not climate change. Okay. Anyway, so all right. So moving on. What I was gonna say is the disaster part is often a human caused problem, right? What makes it a massive disaster is partially human caused. So when we're watching this story, yeah, this is a brutal earthquake that killed a lot of people, but what about this makes it a disaster? Okay, why is it that the earthquake did result in so many deaths? Is it possible that, maybe part of it can't be helped, but there are parts of it that can't be helped, and that's what I'm interested in. Okay.
So earlier this week, twin earthquakes struck northern Venezuela, flattening homes and buildings in Venezuela's capital of Caracas, La Guaira, and surrounding areas. And as of the time of this production, the official death toll from twin earthquakes that flattened parts of Caracas and surrounding areas rose to 920, lawmaker George Rodriguez, the president of the National Assembly, said on Friday. So at least 3,000 others are injured, but there's still thousands of people who are trapped under the rubble or they're missing. So it's really, really dangerous, scary stuff going on down there. And a website set up to take reports of people still unaccounted for had over 50,000 listed as of midday on Friday. And the UN's aid chief gave a very similar tally. And unfortunately, it's still very early that all of this reporting is happening. So these numbers could very likely increase from this point. So the US Geological Survey has predicted high potential for more than 10,000 deaths, which would place the quakes among the deadliest earthquakes in Latin America within the last century.
Wow.
That's very serious stuff. And Venezuela was already suffering from years of economic collapse. And this disaster is obviously only going to make things much worse than they already were.
Yeah.
So Venezuela was already in a very difficult situation before the quakes, with frequent power outages and public services in shambles. And that's from Al Jazeera reporting from Bogota in neighboring Colombia.
Yeah.
And according to the United Nations, 8 million people in Venezuela were already in need of humanitarian aid before these earthquakes even hit. So now the question is, what is the United States doing? Especially seeing as Trump said that the US would be running Venezuela following the abduction of Nicholas.
Listen, Trump is going to say that this isn't, that this isn't our responsibility, because when things go wrong, it's not our responsibility, but when things are going right in his eyes, it's because of us, right? Like take credit and take credit for everything that's good, deny for everything that's bad. That's what Trump does. Venezuela's in a very good place because we're there. Oh, well, it's not our fault an earthquake happened there. Venezuela should have had a better infrastructure. That's kind of shit that he's going to say. Of course. Maybe Marzipan. Hello, SoCal. So like, can we also listen? So I don't want to talk too much about this, but Venezuela has been mistreated by many people for a very long time. There were already people in humanitarian need there largely because of America and the West and the embargoes and the sanctions on Venezuela and bunch of other things. Okay, like that is bad. Okay, that is very bad. That is very bad. So that the reason I would suspect, guys, that the death toll would be higher is probably higher there than it would be else in the United States somewhere, because of infrastructure, because of poverty, because it's part of the global South. And I can show you that generally. At Doug, is human extraction of petrochemicals climate change or infrastructure to support climate change? What do you mean? That's no. Climate change is a specific phenomena. Petrochemicals support. The extraction of petrochemicals and stuff leads to more climate change overall, but it itself is not climate change. So the heating of the environment, the heating of the planet, is not causing earthquakes. Okay, if that makes sense. All right. All right. Yeah, but Doug, that's fracking. That's not climate change that's causing the earthquakes. Anyway, what does it matter? So let me give you another example here. Let me give you, guys, one of the worst. Okay. In one of the worst. Let's see here. What's the term here? Bangladesh. Bangladesh tornado. One of the worst tornadoes in history. One of the worst tornadoes in history happened in Bangladesh. All right. And most people don't know about it. It was the Daulatpur Saturia tornado. All right. This earthquake resulted in approximately 1,300 people dying. I mean, not earthquake, this tornado. I say tornado, whatever. This tornado in Bangladesh killed about 1,300 people. Now, in the United States, most deaths from an earthquake, from a tornado, most deaths from a tornado. Let's see here. The deadliest one was 700 deaths, okay, compared to 1,300 deaths. Why? Okay, that's bizarre, right? That is bizarre. Why was a tornado in Bangladesh so much deadlier than in America, when America gets a lot more tornadoes? There are several factors here. One, Bangladesh is very densely populated. Okay, that is one big thing. Very densely populated. But the other thing is that the construction of houses and stuff in Bangladesh are very subpar. And at the time that this tornado happened, there were very few and very poor warning systems, because the country was impoverished. Because of the history of colonialism and things like that. The people that lived in these very under-constructed houses, who lived in these giant slums where they're packed together, getting hit by a tornado will kill lots of people. Whereas in America, you get a tornado hitting a town like Moore, Oklahoma, the houses have better construction. There are better response mechanisms because there's more resources in the United States to do this stuff. There isn't a history of colonialism, at least, not of the people in that community. Okay. So the death tolls are different. A big thing here, JMac, it is more than just houses being spread out. Okay. It is also construction. If there was a tornado that hit downtown Oklahoma City and no one died. You know why? It's a very dense area. You know why? Because there's major construction. Okay. So again, there's partly a density thing here, but one of the everyone will say about Bangladesh that it also has to do with warning systems, poverty, and things like that. Okay. So a lot of death differentials are linked back to history and the fact that there's this notion that, poor people can just die, right? Like they're poor. They're in the global south. They don't have resources. So thank you, colonialism, and thank you, and things like that. Okay. So you see what I mean? You see what I mean? All right. So, okay. Right, Weird and Mormons Block. Like, I'm joking, but I'm making a point here. But so this is what makes these things more disastrous is like the inequality, right? It's much more disastrous in some place. I know you know the Weird and Mormons Block, but than it would be elsewhere. Okay.
America is the richest country in the world.
I suspect that the death toll in Venezuela will be higher because of that history. Okay. You got that? Yeah, when the quake hit Turkey, it just destroyed all the buildings because they were built badly. Yeah, Dodongo. Yeah, it did. Okay. By the way, a lot of places in America, it also happens within America too, guys. Even you can look with class differences in America. If a tornado hits what is it called? A trailer park, it's going to have a high death rate. And people that live in trailer parks are typically much poorer. And there's higher rates of death. So it's in a weird way, it's kind of like a weird kind of social Darwinism that we've allowed to happen, where we're like, okay, well, you're poor, so you're gonna die. It's you didn't have enough money to live. Sorry, you're gonna be killed by this tornado. You get to live in the house that's poorly constructed in Tornado Alley. Okay, so or we can talk about Katrina, Hurricane Katrina, that really disproportionately killed a lot of black people in the poor section of New Orleans. Okay, like, do we see how that might have been? It was kind of like we get that part of the neighborhood was below sea level. I mean, a lot of New Orleans is, and it was right next to the dike, etc. So okay, yeah, it's Sir Bart, and there was like a legitimate not lack of wanting to help people there. Sir Bart, yeah, George Bush hates black people. So anyway, like this is why I'm saying there's more to disasters than just the disaster. Does that make sense? We got that? Okay. All right. So
America is the
you get what I mean? All right. So that's just way to think about when we hear about natural disasters. Always think about the human component of this. All right. And that being said, guys, there are some disasters that are just not like you can't do much about. It's just Mother Nature being Mother Nature, right? Like sometimes in Japan, Japan's densely populated. It's a modern society. It has really good infrastructure. But if a big enough earthquake hits off its coast and big tsunamis come in, it's going to be really hard, even if you have so it's not always there. There will always be these natural disasters. There will always be people that die of them, unfortunately. I want to get to as close to that where it won't. But so it's not only okay, you guys see what I'm saying. There is a natural part to it. Jay Williams, this was the one in 2011, but worse, right? Okay, so anyway, let's go on here, guys. I wanted to talk about the UK because speaking of climate change, can we maybe do something about that? Because the planet is on fire. That's fun. We're all gonna die. Yay, death. Oh, death. Whoa, death. Won't you spare me over to another year? That's literally that's a song from West Virginia. I'm really bad at singing it. But it's an actual song from Appalachia. You should look it up. It's called Oh Death. Okay. All right. You know what? Why the fuck not? It's a Saturday. I'll show you the song. It's a real song.
It's 3 minutes. It's after 10. You're listening to James O'Brien on LB.
Since we were talking about Appalachia yesterday. Ooh, death. Ooh, death. Won't you spare me over to another year? Okay, this it's a really old song, but you can this is looks like a younger guy singing it, but it's a classic song from Appalachia, one of the poorest regions in the United States, where the Battle of Blair Mountain took place. They have a really amazing culture there, even though a lot of times people talk down about people from Appalachia. They have a very vibrant culture of music, of dance. Okay. Here's just an example of one of these songs.
Oh, death. Oh, death. Won't you spare me over till another year?
Yeah.
Well, what is this that I can't see with ice cold hands taking hold of me? Well, I am death, none can excel. I'll open the door to heaven or hell. Whoa, death, someone would pray. Could you wait to call me another day? The children pray, the preacher preach. Time and mercy is out of your reach. I'll fix your feet.
It was
You can't walk. I'll lock your jaw till you can't
talk. It's a really dark song, but it's like really, I don't know, I like it. I don't think I can play the whole thing for copyright reasons. But that's Oh Death. Okay. Yeah, the acoustics in the forest, right, Crawl? All right. So that's Oh Death. It's just a classic Appalachian song. There's a lot of really good. Hey, that's fair, SoCal. I know. I'm sorry. We're gonna do James O'Brien. So I'm sorry, SoCal. As if you don't do it too, SoCal. I know. Virtual violence. Okay. So anyway, but it's that is Oh Death. There's a lot of great music from Appalachia. Anyway, so we're all gonna die. So sing it with me, folks. Oh, death. Oh, death. Oh, won't you spare me over till another year? Okay, I can't sing, but you get the idea. Okay, so anyway, so everyone's gonna die. That's fun. And we're all gonna die because of climate change. That's fun. Yes, yeah, the icy hands line. Guys, go listen to the whole thing. It's good. Okay, it's good. Taking you, yeah. Okay. Death. Wait, I can. Those icy cold hands taking hold of me. Okay. So, anyway, the UK has been experiencing some record-breaking heat wave. Okay. And they are in the grips of death. Okay. The UK's in the grip of death. Obviously not literally, they're not all gonna die, but this is like the creeping horror that is climate change that is slowly gonna kill all of us. All right. I don't know, sir, but maybe no one has. I don't know how many people have died in the UK, but I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of elderly people died in the UK from the heat. But to be clear, guys, when the global south has had this problem for a long time. India, every year, more and more people in India die of heat. Okay, in a world where that shouldn't happen. Okay, and the numbers go up every year because the heat is getting worse and worse and worse, and people are outright dying of heat. The same thing in the United States. Gwen says some have drowned trying to stay cool. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I mean, this causes death. It is not like, oh my God, it's so hot out. That's a part of it, but it's also death. Death. Okay. Not only for humans, but for animals. Okay. Animals will die in the heat. So yeah, this is directly a result of climate change. All right. And the two biggest contributors to climate change are the United States and China. China's been doing a pretty good job at fighting back and like trying. I think I don't know if India's getting up there. They might be. I have to recheck the numbers. China's been trying to change a lot to make it not a bigger contributor of it, but they still contribute a lot. The United States still a massive contributor to climate change, okay? So these countries, a lot of these countries together are destroying the planet. And to be clear, thank you, SoCal, to be clear, the big reason, within the United States, the biggest contributors are big corporate entities and the elites. Literally the elites with their fucking private jets and shit, and the companies they own that pump all this crap into the atmosphere, okay? We have a tendency in this fucking country to blame individuals and be like, well, you just gotta, you should just get an electric car, use paper straws. Like we do this like weird blaming of individuals and put the onus on the poor and the working class to change their ways in order to fix climate change, when that is barely a cause of climate change. Like that is barely like the big reason why there's so much carbon dioxide are because of the businesses and the companies and the elites and the powerful. But then they look at us and go, well, you just have to use less. You just have to be more conscious of the environment. Well, good luck with that, especially when it's expensive to buy things that are better for the environment and are, don't destroy the atmosphere. Okay. Do you see what I'm saying? These are structural problems. And I get annoyed by liberals, especially, who are always like trying to, especially like middle class liberals who can afford to do those things, who are like criticizing others, like without looking at the structure. You see what I mean? Okay. You see what I mean? So can we do something about the fucking elites? Can I get some emojis out there of the device that I think you all know I'm thinking of when it comes to the elites? I'm just saying, like, we need to do something about the fucking elites. Thank you, Dolly Boy. Okay, who are killing us in multiple ways. Okay, multiple ways, and destroying the planet and making it impossible for us to survive. Okay? All right. And yeah, guys, I would have no problem changing a lot of my ways if I didn't have to survive. So please make a scenario where it's easier for me to survive without relying on gasoline, and I will easily do it. I will gladly do it. I want to do it. All right. But right now, I need my gas-powered car because I can't afford any other kind of car. You see what? Okay, you guys see what I mean? Anyway. Okay. So just to be aware. So I wanted to watch this. This is about the heat wave going on in the UK. And then after this, someone sent me a video about veganism that I wanted to watch. I don't know. I think it was LaCroix that sent it. Okay. So let's watch this real fast.
Minutes after 10, you're listening to James O'Brien on LBC. Here's a headline. Experts blame climate crisis for Western Europe's worst ever heat wave. I'll read you a little more of the story. The heat wave in Western Europe is the most severe and widespread ever, and only possible because of the climate crisis driven by fossil fuel burning, scientists said today. Almost half of Europe's 850 largest cities are also suffering their worst ever heat stress.
It's okay, SoCal. I kind of want to keep doing it.
Humidity, they have found, with muggier conditions, meaning that sweating is less effective at cooling the body, at which point everybody goes, oh, that's why I can't sleep at the moment. And then there's a lot more detail and a lot more science, if you like, a lot more statistics. It's the World Weather Attribution Consortium that shows how rapidly extreme heat is worsening as carbon pollution piles up in the atmosphere. There's two big stories in the news today. One, obviously, I just shared with you, and the other you'll be aware of involves the King's finances and the potentially slightly tricky decision to spend hundreds of millions of pounds doing up Buck House and then not actually living in it. The first monarch, I think, since Queen Victoria, who won't be living in Buckingham Palace, despite these very necessary and very extensive renovations. And
what are we talking about? Why are we talking about the fucking monarchy? I didn't know this is going to be about the monarchy. Like, why okay, you know what? Hopefully he'll talk more about the heat wave.
Today, I'm off for the next couple of weeks, so I find my brain probably beginning to shut down slightly. But these are both traditionally subjects that I file under massively important, but not necessarily phone-ins. Do you see what I mean? I can sit here and I hope be very entertaining and informative on both subjects, but I don't know that I've ever absolutely nailed the right question when it comes to the very existence of the royal family. Can I do a topic? Would that be too meta? Why have I never done a really good phone-in on whether or not we should have a royal family? Is it because it just gets bogged down in...
He'll get to it, folks.
...predictable positions and stereotypes? Is it because I'm not a very good radio presenter? Perish the thought. And I feel that this week we've flirted. I feel like Icarus. But
I know, right, Jolly Boy? It's like, would you shut up? From what I've seen of James O'Brien, guys, you've kind of turned me to him. I like him. But why are we spending so much time? Okay, we get it. The Royals should be gone. Bye-bye, Royals. There's a massive heat wave, and fuck, this is what, guys, literally, this is what drives me crazy about the monarchy. There's a lot of issues with the monarchy. But one of the big things that bother me about the monarchy is that this shit happens. Oh, the monarch is moving from a palace. By the way, there's a massive heat wave that's killing people all across Europe. But the monarch is... Okay, shut the fuck up. I don't care. I don't give a shit. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm calm. Okay. You SoCal. Oh, just saw your reply, Sam. Glad you liked it. Thank you, SoCal. I'm gonna try and add it. I think it's lovely. All right. Anyway,
son, if you pardon the analogy, and
Doris Lowe, 100%. Okay.
Yesterday, that conversation we had about what should we be doing differently, I felt it only really kicked off at about 10 to 11. And that must be my fault. It's tempting to blame you, but it means I didn't quite get you in the place that we all needed to be in until about 10:30, despite a 20-minute monologue. Or maybe you needed the 20-minute monologue to percolate, if you like, through your own thinking and your own consciousness, and you didn't find yourself having much of interest to say until a little bit later in the hour. So we hit 11 o'clock. We could have carried on for another hour. The switchboard was full of people with interesting things to say about why we aren't coping, what we would do. Some of the phrases that we use, some of the phrases that I use, some of them the scientists or the people who...
Here we go.
The furiously hard of thinking is one of my...
No, I like James a lot, Gwen. Please don't. He's not really talking about the monarchy. There's some sort of conflict on a show over it. I'm just saying I want him to get to the segment.
Favorites. But the people who believe that they know better than the scientists, or the people who believe that their favorite Daily Mail columnist somehow knows better than 99+% of all the qualified people on the planet. And it's not like Brexit, really. I mean, that single element of it is like Brexit, but the complications of understanding what the European Union is all about are much greater than the complications of understanding the relationship between carbon-based pollution and a heating planet. And it's really not that difficult to grasp. And yet there was a widespread refusal to grasp it. Lots and lots of people fell for...
Oh, really, Gwen?
Would you agree with me that the people who you might once have expected to be poo-pooing climate science have now decided to attack children instead for being too hot? Do you see what I mean? It's like...
Is that a thing for the UKers out there? Is someone in the UK saying that children are like complaining too much about the heat? That sounds like such a Tory-coded thing. Is that like are those the Tories doing that? I can imagine. I don't know why. I just imagine the Tories sitting around going, "Oh, look at the children outside. Oh, look at them complaining about the heat. They just need to be better at dealing with the heat." Okay.
The movement of the, shall we say, the fatally incurious rather than the furiously hard of thinking, because some of these people are perfectly capable of thinking. They just choose not to. So you
seriously, Gwen? Oh my God, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind, Gwen. Gwen says absolutely. Because schools closed because the schools gave no AC. Oh, I got it. So a lot of people were complaining. How dare you close the schools? The children should just live with the heat. Oh my, that's so fucking stupid. Like, I love the misplacing of blame there. Maybe put that energy into doing something about the climate crisis instead of packing kids together in schools that don't have AC and then being like, live through it, work, insane. 100. That is insane, Gwen. I can't believe it. Okay.
I don't know about climate science. It's all,
it
was very hot in 1976. And that obviously doesn't hold water as an argument against decades of observable science. But instead, rather than thinking about it, or indeed acknowledging the mistake, instead you move effortlessly to blaming children for being too hot. They're having to shut hospitals because the machines don't work in this
I heard that.
And yet, it's not that...
Yeah, they've had to shut down hospitals. Gwen just said this. They've had to shut down hospitals because the heat is making it so that the medical equipment won't work. the medical equipment shuts down or overheats, and so they have to shut down hospitals. That's how bad it is.
Hard to find people on social media insisting that the young today aren't resilient enough because they're not capable. Usually in air-conditioned television and radio studios or air-conditioned newspaper offices, insisting that they shouldn't be shutting the schools or that children today aren't tough enough, despite the fact that hospitals in England are declaring critical incidents because radiotherapy machines, scanners, cooling units and IT systems are failing. Under my glorious rule, it will be compulsory for anybody in this line of work who opines about the resilience of children from an air-conditioned studio to conduct, the next time we have the hottest day in history, they have to conduct their entire programme from the middle of Trafalgar Square with no shade, or from the 14th floor of a tower block with no lift, or just from a school with no air conditioning. And let's see how I'd be faring after 3 hours in the kind of heat that I've endured in every other aspect of my life, but which I don't have to endure while I'm actually at work. I mean, it's comical, right? But also dangerous, like almost all of the opinions held by these people. Because it's always hand in hand, isn't it?
So, listen, folks, please. Anecdotal evidence is not evidence. Okay, can I just say that? So, like, oh my goodness, I'm just saying, anecdotal evidence is not evidence. Let's put it this way: it's not good evidence, right? So, okay, let me give you an example. So, SoCal, I just saw what SoCal. Let me just read them. So, SoCal, what is your point by talking about 40 kids in a classroom without an air conditioning in New York City? What does that have to do with what's happening in the UK right now? I'm not sure why you would say that. Are you trying to say that they should keep the schools open in the UK, even though they're experiencing a record-breaking heat wave that they've never experienced before, that is causing hospitals to not have functioning medical equipment, and is also there are many more places in the UK that have that don't have air conditionings than in America, and houses are built different. Okay. Houses are built different over in the UK, or buildings are built different. They're not really used to this amount of heat, if that makes sense. Okay. So I'm just saying, it's an unrelated sort of deal. It's an unrelated thing about to say that, like, I get tired of people, because this happens in the US too. Where schools will shut down because of heat. And I'm a teacher, and I've been in those such scenarios, and it's gotten worse and worse and worse recently because of climate change, and people get upset even though I can barely teach those days anyway because I'm covered in sweat and there's no air conditioner, and the kids are all falling asleep because it's hot, and they're all draining water all over the place, okay? And it's like, not even in America, which is better prepared for really hot temperatures. I still don't think it's good to make kids work in extremely, extremely hot temperatures. It's bad for their health, and it's bad for my health. So anyway, yeah. And anyway, I'm just making a point there.
Brexit, it's Johnson, it's Trump, it's climate change. It's always going hand in hand.
Hey, Mayflower
Kid. The question I really want to ask you, really, is whether or not it's dead now. Because they've tried to demonize net zero. They're trying very, very hard to demonize net zero.
So, Doug, you say buildings are built way better in the UK. Doug, this is relative. What I mean by that, you're right partially, Doug, is that UK buildings, a lot of them are made of brick and stone and things like that, and are able to last a lot longer. But they're also but because of that, that also makes them like little fucking ovens. Okay, like they're built in a way to particularly to withstand cold, so they hold on to heat better. So they may be built better, but they're built in a way that, in a case of a heat wave, isn't great. Okay, let's put it that way. And this is generalizing. Obviously, the UK has all kinds of infrastructure. But I'm just saying, yeah. So regardless of whether they're built better or not, they do trap and heat more. There's also less air conditioning in the UK. Okay, so there's that as well.
There is currently a conference unfolding in London with a sort of who's who of the professionally ignorant.
Yeah, Gwen. Also, I didn't, Gwen, honestly, I didn't know that. Gwen says brick buildings have been mostly mandatory since the fire of London, right?
Opining about everything from two-tier policing, which of course doesn't exist, right through to net zero, demonising Ed Miliband, funded by Donald Trump donors, funded...
Cody, to be fair, it's kind of why I dislike how schools are doing the whole online thing. See, I don't know. So, Cody, if they're making kids learn online from home, like, I don't know the particulars, so I don't know if that's a good idea or a bad idea in the heat. But having all the kids packed into one classroom with the heat, I suspect is worse, but I don't know. So yeah, Sir Bart, no, not to mention the heat isn't, yeah, it's not natural. It's like, it's worse than it normally is. It is worse than it normally is. Oh my God, Louise, you have a 95 stream streak. Amazing. Okay. Yeah, like I don't, listen, why do we can all disagree on this. I get frustrated because heat is deadly. And I oftentimes, when I was a teacher, I'll re-get it. Oh, I'm sorry, Cody. Maybe I missed it. Okay. Yeah, I've also seen the effect on students. Like, if it's hot out, they're not going to be able to fucking think. That's okay, Gwen. So glad you're here. I view you as having like 100 stream streak, Gwen. Okay. Like, it makes it really hard to teach and makes it really hard to learn. I want to put it that way, okay? Let's put it that way. And to be honest, if I want to think more collectively, schools do take a lot of energy, okay? Like, if, maybe they put pressure on the grid anyway. So if they're not going to learn anyway, you might as well shut down the school because everyone else needs air conditioning, at least in the US. Also, can I also say that I'm someone who sweats a lot? I do not do well in the heat. I really don't do well in the heat. I feel like it might be my genetics or something. I do not do well in the heat. Can I also point out that there are people on medications that make them hypersensitive to the heat? I'm not joking. If anyone here has ever been on a medication that makes you hypersensitive to sunlight or heat, it's a side effect of a lot of meds. So anyway, my point is that there's a lot. Okay, Cody, most people here rent housing associations. Okay, that makes sense, Cody. So if they're that, in that case, Cody, they shouldn't have the kids learning from home either, right? They should just shut down the school for that day, because if a lot of people are going to be in the heat anyway, they should just shut down everything. That'd be my opinion. But okay. Yeah, Gwen. All right. Yeah. Yes, totally. So guys, to be clear, also, there's different kinds of heat. Yeah, exactly, Louise. So I get annoyed, folks, with people who are, and forgive me, I'm not calling anyone out. I do hear this stuff, who are like, well, back in my day, the kids could go into a classroom that was 90 degrees and all be stuffed together and nothing would go wrong. That is such a weak thing to say. It is also it's kind of cruel. It's also like assuming that every kid is the same and they should just suffer without complaining. Anyway, I'm annoying. Okay. Okay. So I'm going to lose my mind. I feel bad for the folks in the UK. It's really rough over there.
By fossil fuel companies. It's not even hiding. It's not like Tufton Street where they don't declare who is paying them to come on radio and television programs and argue against climate science. It's literally published who funds them, and here we are, still reporting it in some corners of the media with a straight face.
Yeah.
Has it failed? Even though net zero, I told you a while ago they were going to try and turn it into the next Brexit. They're trying really hard to turn it into the next Brexit. I don't know whether Nigel Farage has been given £5 million by fossil fuel companies or by 10 fossil fuel companies. We'll never know who else may have given him £5 million.
Oh, I see. This is why I like him. He's pointing out the real stuff. The politicians are bribed by the fossil fuel companies and the crypto bros. Okay, like a lot of them.
For undisclosed reasons, because he won't tell us about the money. We only know about the £5 million he took from Thai-based...
I think it'd be a funny comedy bit to have an image of someone in the UK sitting in front of a fan, like sweat pouring off of them, and like mumbling, the biggest problem in the UK today, we need to get out these fucking migrants. Oh my God, please, the migrants are the biggest problem, and they can barely move. Okay, that would be a funny fucking bit, okay? Or like have a I was saying before, like, why don't we do a bit? Someone needs to do a comedy bit in the UK where they're setting. There you go, Glenn. Or like, someone is sitting in the middle of a forest that's on fire, and they're like, well, the big issue here is the trans people that are going into bathrooms, like while the forest is burning around them, and they're catching on fire. Like anyway. All right, it's just so fucking stupid. I'm gonna lose my mind. It's so weird. I hate it. Okay, Sir Bar, if you don't say who's giving you donations, those donations are bribes. Absolutely, yeah, they're bribes. Okay.
Billionaire because of journalism, and he doesn't think that's any of your business. So you never know, really, with some characters how much money they've squirreled away from vested interests. That's why they squirrel it away, I suppose. But is it going to fail simply because of the weather? You know, the party's final most terrible command, that we ignore the evidence of our own eyes and ears, and we sit here. Some of us sit here marveling at how others can ignore the evidence of their own eyes and ears, right? And others sit here ignoring the evidence of their own eyes and ears. It's a fairly binary divide. But can we actually ignore the evidence of our thermometers? Can we actually ignore the evidence? I don't really see. I haven't actually looked at what the Daily Mail columnists have done today, but I imagine one of them will be sort of going on about strawberry mivies or complaining that children aren't resilient. And actually, I can't be bothered. I'll have a look later. That idea that he's
so frustrated. I love it.
The power of propaganda is so great that it can persuade populations to vote to become the first in history to impose economic sanctions on itself. But you can persuade people that some a Ukrainian has set fire to Keir Starmer's old house because he wasn't paid for his prostitution services. There's so many examples of people being persuaded by the engines of propaganda to believe things that are obviously not true, that it was quite easy until relatively recently to get very depressed about net zero and climate change. And they're still trying. Yeah. Make no mistake, they're absolutely pushing.
Guys, I'm like, fuck freedom of speech. I'm sorry. In this case, in the United States, in the UK, there need to be laws passed that doing climate misinformation about climate change, you're going to get a prison sentence. And you're going to get a long prison sentence. If you're out there saying that climate change isn't real, fuck you, you're going into prison. I don't give a fuck, okay? That is dangerous. You are causing the fucking end of humanity. You are literally promoting the end of humanity. I don't give a shit anymore, okay? I don't give a shit. So, kind of like vaccine denialism. If you're on the internet and you're saying that climate change isn't real, you should be in jail because that is, I'm done. I'm done with it. I'm done with it. And most of these people are illegally being funded by the fossil fuel industry anyway. Okay. Like, so yeah, I don't care anymore. By the way, was it ExxonMobil who was found guilty of purposely spreading, lying and covering up climate change? They did all this science back in the 30s or 50s, where they discovered that climate change was happening because of fossil fuels. And then they literally hid the research. Anyway, I'm just saying at this point, these motherfuckers are killing everyone by spreading this misinformation.
The idea that we shouldn't be doing this. And there are some arguments about pragmatism. There's no argument about whether the world should be pushing towards net zero. There are some pragmatic and practical arguments about whether the United Kingdom...
And please, for those who are getting ready to argue with me about that, no one has yet. But if anyone goes, well, actually... Now, okay, I haven't really thought it through on a legal perspective. I'm just saying in principle, right? We should really fucking go after these fucking monsters. I hate them, who are spreading misinformation about climate change.
Should be taking quite such a leading role, and I get that. But the opposite of drill, baby, drill is shill, baby, shill.
Yes.
If you are,
I love that.
Literally, or rather the cousin, the twin brother of drill, baby, Bill.
Shill, baby,
drill.
Drill,
baby, drill is shill, baby, shill. You are lying to the public. It's insane to argue that we should be putting more carbon into the atmosphere.
Right, Gwen.
Or that by doing so we would somehow improve the state of our country.
Oh my God.
But is it going to work? And why do you think it is? Can we be a bit more optimistic today? Do you think? Can we say
Raccoon boy
that even if you are programmed to ignore the evidence of your own eyes and ears,
well, yeah,
can we say with some confidence?
That's right, Chopper. Yeah, Chopper and Wired. Unfortunately, Trump is like a cockroach. It's very hard to get rid of him.
This is not going to work. That we are now approaching a point where everybody is going to have to acknowledge.
Oh, hey, Weird Amorphous Blob, don't fucking get me started. Admittedly, Weird Amorphous Blob, it's become such a misinterpretation of the fire in a crowded theater example that I do use it because it's a good example of a limitation on speech, even though if it's a false example. But you're right, okay? That's a massive... don't even get me started, okay?
It's the reality. I mean, in some ways, I've got two questions. I'm fascinated by the psychology of people who don't understand.
That's true, Weird Amorphous Blob.
Understand things, or who insist that they don't understand things. How on earth can you be persuaded that this is not a consequence of all the fossil fuels that we're pumping into the atmosphere? I used to hear from people...
Well, that's because reality doesn't matter, folks. Reality doesn't fucking matter anymore. Remember, guys, fascism thrives on aesthetics and emotion. It has nothing to do with fucking... like, what's the term? It has nothing to do with rationality. Fascism is about my feels, right? Fascists are little snowflakes, and the fascists are all over the place, and they have created all these little echo chambers where they're just talking about nonsense and talking about mythology and other complete batshit crazy, unrealistic, anti-factual shit, and they don't care. Not to mention all the misinformation being pumped out by corporations that are contributing to this environment. Whatever, we know it. There's like the world is awash in misinformation.
In that category, quite often. Now, they're as rare as hen's teeth, and they're always mad. So, I mean that, and I'm not pulling my punches or being kind or unkind. They are absolutely bonkers. The idea that you can look at all of the science...
Welcome, Jonas.
With a GCSE in domestic science, you can conclude that you know more than all of the scientists do. And of course, if you're getting paid for that, then good luck to you. You know, your kids need shoes. You've sold your soul. If you're not even getting paid for it.
Thank you, Dolly Boy, for the 400 bits. Really, thank you so much, Dolly Boy. I appreciate it. I think you're are you the first donation of the day? I think you are. Thank you very much. Yeah, Elon is the reason why misinformation is free speech. It was happening before that, Chopper. I got to tell you, like Facebook, Elon has made it worse, but there was already tons of misinformation everywhere. The internet has kind of opened that door. Now, here's the issue, guys. It is a double-edged sword. The internet has been good for a lot of things. It has allowed lefties, for example, and people who want to do resistance and question the system to go around established media outlets. Okay, so like you don't have to listen to established media outlets. You can go to the internet and find the reality that's hidden by them. But it has also opened the door to people saying whatever the fuck they want and talking about nonsense and creating little cults and not in just going off in batshit crazy directions with no one there to correct that direction. You see what I mean? So it has both increased resistance and ways of thinking and also made it harder to know what's true. So yeah, we need like social media, especially and things like that. Something needs to be done about this shit, okay?
If you're just going on social media, you're just...
I think the people should control these social media platforms. I think we need democratic control over these platforms, and by that, I mean that the people of the United States or of the UK should control their social media platforms. Let the government come in. Let the government come in and own that shit, and then it can be democratically responsive to the people. I don't give a fuck. Okay? All right. Okay. I mean, not if the government is actually controlled by the working class is what I mean to say. Whatever. I'm sorry. I don't give a shit. Like, and I'm not saying this is such a hard issue to deal with. Weird Amorphous Blob, CRB, like the internet revolution and its consequences have been a disaster. For the human race. It has greatly increased content, but spread massive amounts of disinformation. Then he's gonna start. Oh my God, I hate you. I just realized what that quote is from. How dare you? Okay. All right. Yeah, virtual violence. Did you hear what I said? I said, please don't actually me about that because I haven't thought it through. But you know what I do? I do think, though, that companies and companies and big organizations that put out climate misinformation on purpose, yeah, they should be fucking arrested. I don't give a fuck. Okay, like, are we? This is my guys. Listen, this is one of my issues with liberalism generally. This is one of my fucking issues with liberalism generally. Okay, a city will be sinking into a vat of lava, and there will be half of the population screaming, "It's not happening," and the other half will be saying, "It's happening. We need to do something." And then the half that says we need to, then when people from the half that's saying it is happening say we need to arrest and get rid of the people that are saying it's not happening as we're sinking into the lava so that we can stop it, all the libs go, "You're violating their freedom of speech," as we're sinking into the fucking vat of lava. Okay? Do we see how it's more complicated than just saying, freedom of speech, good all the time, great all the time? I don't buy it. I don't buy it. I just don't. I'm sorry. And I love the idea of being able to say what you want to say. That's also good for the left in the society. Okay. And in the society we're in, because you need to be able to have a voice to say the opinions that'll make change. But I feel like it's a madness, and it's almost done on, it's like a faith-based belief at this point. It's like a faith-based belief at this point that it's always that's always good to let everyone say whatever they want. It is not. It is like, and that's not to say, guys, I'm saying you can, it's not, it doesn't have to be a slippery slope. We can be selective about what we enable and what we don't enable. Okay. That's what Germany does. Okay. Now they go against Gaza people too, but they don't allow freedom of speech when it comes to Nazi ideology or like posting swastikas or things like that. Okay. Other organizations have gone around this, but like, it doesn't have to be, you know what I mean? Okay. All right. And to be clear, exactly, we need to have that conversation about deadly lava pits. And listen. The issue here is like, it is, Vicky, exactly. Thank you, Vicky. The issue here, by the way, is that if we're not going to fundamentally change the system so that shit doesn't happen, the only other option is to like crack down on this stuff that is deadly for us. I don't know how else to explain it. Right. It's just a fucking mess. I don't know what to do about it. Yeah, there's not really even the conversation, Peck on bad. Okay.
Up radio shows to insist that you know better than all the scientists do. A, I suppose it's a bit Brexity, and B, I think you're on a hiding to nothing. Richard Tice does it, I think. Richard Tice has the brains of a pillow.
I didn't, Jonas.
All
these
these Nepo babies surrounding Farage who have either given him money in return for a job or are just expounding positions that are ridiculous. I don't think the net zero is going to land. I think it's going to fail. I think the attempts to rubbish it, to demonize it, to denigrate it, to undermine it are just going to be undermined by days like today. And not just the one-offs, but the fact that this is, as one newspaper's front page reminded us yesterday, this is the new normal. Listen, as Craig points out, it's 22 years. It's 20-odd years too late.
Okay. Yeah, I think we got the general idea what he's saying there. That was a good bit. Oh, I know, Sir Bart. That's word amorphous blob is right. Listen, it is kind of a it's sort of used in every classroom. The fire in a crowded theater thing. You don't typically learn about the court case it was attached to, so I think it's okay to use it. But yeah, the fire in a crowded theater thing is like, that's what people get around that shit, right? People get around that shit. I mean, the government will find a way to go after you. That's why if we would need to have like actually have democratic control over this shit, right? Which is difficult. But I do not think that like complete insane freedom of speech, I think it can be suicidal. Okay, like I don't know what to tell you, especially during a disaster. Exactly, weird amorphous blob. It was used to suppress political dissent in World War I. But anyway, but the example of fire in a crowded theater, when I've taught using it before, I've never referred to the court case. I just said, I used as an example, like imagine you're in a crowded theater. Okay, we don't actually talk about the court case. Now, if I talk about the court case, I'm not using that as an example. But there are other things to do there. But okay. Whatever. I know. People can disagree with me on that point. Let's go on. And there's a lot of problems with that. But I'm at the point, guys, where I'm just like, get rid of them. I don't give a shit. I don't care. We're killing, we're gonna die. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, so moving on here. So let's go on. Virtual violence. Okay, here's my lib take on free speech. I believe that if there's a massive crackdown on free speech, then 1, it results in backlash from the people, and 2, it will lead down the slope to fascism. What's happening right now, virtual violence? What's happening right now? We are already in a fascist regime. We're already in a fascist regime. You know why we're partially in a fascist regime? Because online, there were allowed to fester communities of far right-wingers, QAnon believers, and Trump supporters who no one questioned. He was allowed to speak misinformation all the time, all over the place, okay? And there wasn't pushback. There was very little pushback. They were allowed to openly lie. They were allowed to do all these things, okay? Now listen, as I said, I am not saying that is literally suicidal empathy. That's what happened with the Nazis in Germany, okay? They were allowed to rise to power off this idea of like they should have the freedom of speech to be Nazis and do Nazi shit. And they rose to power and no one really challenged it because of that. So yeah, and it's, as I said, please don't actually me, because I don't actually know. I know there are lots of problems with this. I am saying generally that we need to, I don't know what to do apart from that. Our society's going mad and it's like falling apart. Okay, it's like falling apart, and I don't know. Okay, it's already falling apart. All right, whatever. Yep, exactly, Dolly Boy. That's the first thing they did. And here's the thing: they're already cracking down on freedom of speech, guys. If we crack down on freedom of speech, if we don't crack down on freedom of speech, they're gonna do it anyway. They're gonna do it anyway. Okay, like I'm telling you, they will say they have been saying that we are suppressing freedom of speech for as long as they have existed, even though we barely have, or we haven't very much at all. And then they always are the ones who end up doing it. Like it seems like unilateral disarmament. Okay, to be like, okay, we won't do it, while they do it. Okay. Anyway, the great chairperson. Good evening. Hello, great chairperson. Welcome. Jesus. Yeah. I don't know what else to say. Where's your when they go low, we go high attitude? I hate you, virtual violence. Okay, I love you, virtual violence. Anyway, so I'm just saying, yeah, you're right. You know what, Weird Morris Bob, you're absolutely right. Okay, so I'm very frustrated. I don't know what else to say. Can we stop enabling speech and being crying and be like, oh my God, you have to protect their speech, protect the fascist speech. Oh my God, how dare you go after the speech of people who want the human race to go extinct because they're saying there's no climate change. Oh my God, how dare you go after the freedom of speech of people trying to kill the elderly in nursing homes because they're saying that you shouldn't get a vaccine. You see what I mean? Oh my God, I'm gonna lose my mind. Anyway, all right. Jesus Christ. Okay, let's go on. All right, I'm sorry. I'm in a poor mood in regards to this shit. Okay, let's go on. All right. Let's go on here. I wanted to watch this real fast. Now, listen. Okay, listen. Here we have this shit here, which is the mission and philosophy of Restore Britain. The mission and philosophy of Restore Britain. Okay, the mission and philosophy of Restore Britain. No, I know, Gwen, and that's the issue. Okay, all right, what's a bad example, Raccoon Boyle? What's a bad example? I know all the libs are gonna argue with me. What's the bad example, Raccoon? Okay. All right, so this, forgive me, God help the UKers out there who are gonna have to see this. You probably have seen this already. But virtual violence, listen, that is my point. Listen, guys, if I'm snapping at you, please don't take it personally. I'm very frustrated about what's happening in the world, okay? Virtual violence. What I'm imagining is that the fascists will use the crackdown as justification for their own crackdown in the future. Listen, Did I not just say that, virtual violence? Did I not just say that? I just said that they do it whether we do it to them or not, okay? That's the issue, right? The right wing cracks down on us. They always say that we're cracking down on them, even if we're not. So it doesn't matter. Even if we don't crack down on them, they will still say that we crack down on them. Okay? Um, okay. Drizella, have we done? No, Drizella, we haven't. Well, maybe we'll get to there. Yeah, like virtual violence. What I'm imagining is this that the fascists use the crackdown. Yeah. But that's the thing. They already, you know. Okay. Um. All right. We got this. We got this. We got this. Yep. Go ahead, Cody. You can send that video. No, Raccoon Boyo, this happened all across the country. This wasn't just Cuomo. You're thinking of one incident. You're talking in New York, Cuomo the lib, yeah, killed a bunch of people there because he didn't want to do it. You know, think about it. What if he had, what if, I don't know, across the country, though, elderly people died in nursing homes all over the place. Okay. Oh, I got you, Raccoon. Forgive me. Ugh. Virtual violence. I just fundamentally disagree with you. I fundamentally disagree with you. Okay. Anyway, let's go on, guys. Let's go on. So this is, for those who don't know, this is the mission and philosophy of Restore Britain. God help us, okay? I wanted to contrast the climate change stuff with one of the big fucking lunatics in the UK right now. Okay, one of the big fucking lunatics in the UK. Which is the Restore people. And this video, I think, is from a few weeks ago or months ago, but yeah, it is. Okay, so this is the head of Restore. I'm sorry, did I say Reform? Whatever. Restore Britain, talking about the mission and philosophy of Restore Britain. And I've seen a clip of this. I have not seen the full thing, but guys, remember, this is a fascist movement. So I have not seen the whole thing. Let's watch it together. And I want to apply some of the stuff we've learned about fascism. Let's look for fascist language, the idea of palingenetic ultranationalism, which is returning to some mythical past, scapegoating, blaming migrants or blaming the other for some kind of economic trouble inside the country. Look for language based off emotion and like nostalgia, and that aren't based in rationality. So look for that too. We'll do kind of a communal analysis of this because they are fucking fascists. Okay. I haven't seen this, but they're fascist. So let's see what they have to say. And God help us. And God help the UK. Yeah, I know, right, Dolly Boy? Oh, great. It's a farm. Listen.
I have chosen to speak to you today from the farm.
Raccoon, I hate you.
Places like this represent what proper Britain is about. Hard work, responsibility, effort, duty, stewardship.
What is this monster's name again? I forget his fucking name. What is his name? I don't even remember his name. He's a fucking lunatic, though. Norman Smiley, I hate you, Norman. Thank you, Dolly Boy, for purchase. Did you do a purchase? Thank you. Okay, so we're already hearing a bunch of weird, like, pseudo-intellect. Robert Lowe, thank you. What a fucking monster. Okay.
This is the England I know, and this is the England that I love.
Right, I'm sure he had a reason, real functional reason to walk up to the grain and sniff it. I'm sure it wasn't only for the camera.
On a farm, you don't think in election cycles or headlines or polling. You think in seasons. You think in generations. In what you leave behind to those who come after you. And that's why, here on the farm, I am now launching Restore Britain as a national political party. I'm now going to dedicate my life to finding, organizing, funding, and providing hundreds of qualified...
Listen, all this mystical language, it's about seasons and tradition and thinking of cross generations, like this very big... Dolly Boy, dear God. Okay, that was good. That was a good hit, Dolly Boy. Big thoughts and like, oh, all these emotions and like, I'm connected to the land. And like, what the fuck does any of this mean? It's so fucking fascist. Okay. So great chairperson to notice, it's mostly Anglo countries that are going far right, or am I wrong? No, it's not just Anglo countries, great chairperson. It's also like the Netherlands had a push there. France has gone farther to the right. Germany is going farther to the right. Greece took a right-wing turn to an extent. Italy did too, by the way. Not like as much as elsewhere. But there's a right-wing push also in Italy. And Spain also. So it's going on everywhere. Okay. So, great chairperson, to notice it's mostly Anglo countries. Where I live, the fascist party are incompetent, and there isn't really a fascist shift in power. So, I think you're misinterpreting what fascism is, great chairperson. I think so. If you're Italian, there is the Fascisti Party, which is actually uh, the fascist party, which in Italy is actually called the fascist party. I am talking about fascism, little f, or the fascism as a political ideology, not as a party. Does that make sense? Okay. Does that make sense? We got that? Okay. Let's see here. Weird Amorphous Blob. I mean, Italy isn't really a good hit, Dolly Boy. Italy isn't really an example against that tendency. Germany is also an example. The far right are boosted everywhere. Yes. Okay. So even if a party isn't called a fascist party, they are fascist. It is okay. A third once our most right-wing party now. Yeah, I know, Drizella. It's happening everywhere. Bricks Boy. Hey. Oh, hey, how you doing, Bricks Boy? How you doing over there? Everything good down there? Love to see you. Send me a message, okay? Send me a message. Ox, Israel and Russia are working hard to push Europe and the Americans to the right. Absolutely, they are, Oz. Absolutely. And our corporate interests are too. Jonas, it's hilariously ignorant. I see here. He was a massive supporter of Brexit, which devastated the farm. Yeah, of course, Jonas. It's very interesting, right? This sort of, okay. Hey, Am the Man, how are you doing? How are you doing? Okay. Hello, Norman Smiley fans. So glad you're back. Okay. All right. Gotcha, great chairperson. Okay, I wasn't sure. I've met Italians who think that when we talk about fascism, we're talking about the fascist, like the fascist parties, if that makes sense. Okay. All right, let's go on.
Candidates to present to the British people at the next general election. This process has already started, with invitations being issued to patriots in aligned political parties, Reform, the Conservatives, the SDP, Advance, and more. In local politics, we will work in partnership with localised political parties, such as Great Yarmouth First, that have the best interests of their residents at heart, combining our forces at the next general election. The men and women standing for...
I love it. You know what's kind of a big loss here is that he is speaking English, but he can barely speak it, so they have to do subtitles at the bottom because he's barely comprehensible. So much for being Britain first. Can't even speak English in a way that we can understand. Anyway, okay, I know I'm being an ass because he has an accent, but you get it's a joke, okay?
In that election will not be politicians. I promise you that. They will not be failed ministers. They will not be tainted by failures of the past. They will be from business, from the military, from science, from medicine.
None of this means anything.
From industry, representing real communities up and down the country. Every single one will be from well outside the existing political establishment, and every single one will understand the difficult decisions that need to be taken.
Okay, listen. I haven't seen this, but I can see where this is going. That is coded language. The difficult decisions that will need to be taken. What do we think he's referring to? Okay, I got you. That's funny, Gwen. So literally, it's a bunch of. He's like a high class. That's hilarious. Okay. The difficult decisions. I am concerned. That sounds like exterminationist language. That just does. All right. Yeah, thank you, Fox Emblem. Brown people. That's exactly what it is. Okay. Like, okay. So we'll see. I look for keep an eye out for exterminationist language. These people love exterminationist language. They like coding it in like flowers and things to make it seem better.
Because there are no easy fixes. I'm not going to tell you comforting lies about the condition of our country. I have only ever been honest with the British people.
That's literally what you do all the time, though. It's all these comforting lies. We want to return to a Great Britain of seasons and nostalgia and the farm and generations and like, what? Okay.
And I will be straight with you now.
Correct, Raccoon.
What is necessary will be incredibly painful. But for the first time in a very long time, voters will have a genuine alternative which is truthful with them about the scale of what now has to be done. The
what
first
has to be done
is to control who comes to our country, and more importantly, who stays in our country.
There it is. There's the exterminationism. There's the exterminationism. More importantly, who stays in our country. So he's talking about ethnic cleansing here. He's talking about mass removals of people from the UK.
Restore Britain will not just stop mass immigration. We will reverse.
Mass attack starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mass attack.
I'm not going to tell everyone to do a mass attack, but you can if you want to. All right. There we go. There we go, everyone. Attack him. Attack him. Attack the guys. So, guys, we've reached 5,000 points here, so we can do it. You can, for free, throw stuff at the screen. Oh, rude! Why? SoCal! Don't throw shit at me. You, SoCal! Mean. Okay. Look, why you throw a bra? Okay. There, everyone good. That's right. Get him, guys. Get him. All right? Get him. Put on your high heels and come over here and get him. Okay. All right. We got that. You got that? Okay. Good. Good job, folks. All right. Well done. Let's continue. He was just about to talk about his final solution. Okay, so let's get back to that.
We will reverse it.
That was badly timed.
Every single illegal migrant will be securely detained and then deported.
It's okay. It's okay, Dolly Boy. It was funny.
Unrelenting.
You didn't know, Dolly Boy. You didn't know it would start.
If you are in this country without our permission, you will be removed.
Oh,
For the foreseeable future, far more people must leave Britain than arrive.
Thank you, Pat. On bad.
If a foreign national is unable to speak English, lives in social housing,
he can barely speak English,
claims benefits, refuses to work, fails to integrate, commits crime, or even
fails to integrate. These are not legal standards, folks. These are just, if we don't like you, we're going to get rid of you. That's what that means. Do you hear that? You know, if you're, you don't speak English, if you fail to integrate, what the fuck does that mean? I know, Gwen, I'm just being a dick. I'm just being a dick because I don't like him, okay? I'm making fun of his English because I'm being like he is. He's always saying people need to speak English. I can barely understand what the fuck he's saying, so clearly his English isn't that great. Anyway, so I'm being, what is it, woke? What's it called? Dark woke or whatever? Okay. Jonas, how can you decide if someone has... Exactly, Jonas, and that's where this is like if we don't like you, we will just get rid of you, okay? We will deport you, we will ethnically cleanse you. That's not a legal standard. Like, what does that mean? Assimilation?
Actively hates our way of life and wishes to do us harm.
How dare you, LaQual? I don't mean to be Kalinsky coded. How dare you?
Then they must leave or be made to leave. Restore Britain will make our communities safe again for women and children. That,
thank you, Gwen.
I promise you.
For women and children. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is just openly calling for ethnic cleansing. Also, classic dog whistle. The scary brown people are going to come for your women and your children. Oh my God. Isn't that funny? Wasn't there some guy named Mandelson who was like assaulting children, who was not an immigrant and who was very powerful? I feel like, anyway. So there we go. That's great. Openly calling for exterminationism. Openly calling for extermination. That's good. I didn't know he would actually go this bold with it and just openly say that we need to do ethnic cleansing and remove everyone from Britain, and it'll be very painful and hard. And if you don't assimilate, you'll be kicked out.
If that means millions go, then millions go.
Jesus.
We're constantly told that the economy needs vast swathes of low-skilled
They are, Gwen. Literally, Gwen, guys, to be clear, Gwen is right. They're Nazis. That is Nazi ideology. That is Nazi thinking.
We know that's simply not true. What we need is to get millions of healthy Brits back into work. a radical overhaul of how welfare is delivered, protecting those in genuine need, but not funding healthy shirkers to live off the back of hard-working men and women.
That, by the way, you know, it's pro-capitalism. And listen, guys, that is anti-welfare state. Okay, anti-welfare state also.
If you can work, you must work. It really is that simple. Restore Britain will be abundantly clear. If you consistently refuse work, then you will lose your benefits.
Fuck.
We will punish indolence, and more importantly,
we will punish indolence. I can't believe you'd, like, this isn't even very good propaganda. Like, you don't want to be that blunt about it. Like, seriously, you would want to say something like, you know, that you would try to use more positive language, like we'll get Britons back to work, but like to openly be like, we will punish indolence. Okay, whoa, calm down, buddy. Okay, calm down.
We will reward success. We will provide vast economic incentives for men and women to start businesses, generate opportunities, build wealth, and create self-sufficient families. Standing here today on the farm, I know exactly what it means to deal with energy.
Has he, Mithril? Mithril says Lowell has dismissed mental health illness. Of course he has, because he's a fucking lunatic. Okay.
Energy bills, labor shortages, regulation, unproductive paperwork, planning restrictions, tax, and endless uncertainty. The state has definitively become the enemy.
Listen, guys, listen. Yeah, Jay Williams, you know. Remember, last week I did or a couple weeks ago now, I did a presentation on the anti-state nature of Nazism. Did I not? Remember how I talked about that a concentration camp was a place, a plot of land according to Nazi law, where the state did not have sway and the natural racial struggle was allowed to be carried out. This is very much like a Nazi thing. We need to dismantle the state. Okay, we need to dismantle it. Not dismantle corporations, because by dismantling the state, you give more power to corporate interests and to private owners. You also enable more violence by racists towards people of color. Okay, if you dismantle the state. Do you see what I mean? So the idea of dismantling the state is a very Nazi thing. And I know that sounds contradictory, but we've talked about that. We remember that, right? I'm not speaking into the void, right? You guys remember that? That's a very Nazi thing, okay? Even though that seems counterintuitive. All right?
Of the people. Restore Britain will burn away suffocating taxes on work and enterprise. We will slash unnecessary regulation. We will dismantle bloated quangos and the overbearing HR culture. We must crush
the overbearing HR culture. Now, I'm not a fan of HR departments, but that's coded language. That's coded language. You can just, you know, you can just, don't worry. You can assault the women in your workplace. You can use the N-word. Don't worry. No one's going to stop you, right?
Parasitic Britain. We will restore long-term, stable, logical policy so that businesses can plan and invest and grow again. But Restore Britain is about much more than numbers on a spreadsheet. It's about who we are as a nation.
Okay, here comes the aesthetics and the fascism, okay, the emotion-based fascism.
And who we are as a people. Britain is not just...
Oh, Dolly Boy. Dolly Boy says to Mithril, hey, Mithril, I came... it's so weird, Dolly Boy, to see your name as Dolly Boy again over on YouTube. Anyway, Dolly Boy, hey, Mithril, I came from Twitch to say I'm happy you're back and I hope you're doing good. We all are. Mithril, we're very glad to have you back, really. We kept asking about, people kept asking about you and stuff.
Britain is not just an idea. Britain is not just a passport. Britain is a nation. Britain is a people. Our people, and Restore Britain will...
Gwen, Casual Revolt, you should do a presentation on the Windrush generation. People invited from the British Caribbean Isles to help build Britain after the war, and then a ton of them were deported. Oh my God, really, Gwen? I didn't know about that. I literally didn't know about that. Thank you for telling me. I will take a look at that. I'm going to write it down, actually. The Windrush generation. Windrush generation. Thank you. The Windrush scandal. Fascinating. Okay, thank you. All right.
Never allow that to be erased. We will celebrate our Christian heritage and the identity that built and shaped this country. Responsibility, restraint, forgiveness, duty, and fairness. In short, a high-trust society. That will mean defending our culture.
Here we go. Here we go. Defending our culture.
That will mean resisting the relentless creep of radical Islam. That will mean banning the burqa, outlawing Sharia law.
There's no Sharia. Shy snow, lurking snow leopard. That was hilarious. Okay, thank you, lurking snow leopard. That was terrifying. Okay, anyway, to be clear, there's no Sharia law in the UK. He doesn't even know what the fuck that Sharia law is. Come on, if you were to ask him what Sharia law is, he'd just be like, scary brown people. That's, you know, it's classic. He doesn't know what the fuck that is. Okay. Yeah, I don't. This is almost funny. It's almost funny. Banning burqa. Why the fuck do you care? Why the fuck do you care if? By the way, there's a lot of older women in the UK who wear like little bonnets, like, you know, cover their hair when it's raining out or whatever. Does that count? Is that covering your head? Okay, like who cares if someone wants to wear a burqa? Like who the fuck cares? It's none of your business. Like let them wear a burqa. Like, you know. Are we gonna start banning other kinds of fashion too? Like, who the fuck cares? It's so stupid. Legally mandate women show their skin, right? Right? Yeah, that's what they should do. No, you have to show skin. You have to show skin, and we're getting rid of HR departments. Okay, so like, all right. Pet Gone Bad, if you outlaw Sharia, but it's already outlawed, does it mean Sharia is legal? I don't fucking know, Pet Gone Bad. It's so stupid. Okay. So many people are weird about head coverings. Yeah, I don't fucking get it. I really don't fucking get it. I literally don't give a shit. I literally don't give a shit. Okay? I literally don't give it. Like, I don't care if you wear a burqa, if you have a head scarf, if you have, you know, it doesn't affect me.
Blocking cousin marriages and reimposing our Christian-based rule of law. A Restore Britain government would legislate to ensure that no halal or kosher slaughter on British soil.
What?
This is Britain.
No halal or kosher slaughter? Are you fucking kidding me? What? Why do you care? Why do you care if people want their beef slaughtered using halal or kosher ritual? Like, okay, what? I'm sorry. All right. I just don't get it.
And we will do things our way. This political party now exists.
We will do things our way. Oh, shut up. That is so stupid, Jonas. Really? Jonas says they've been saying this for a while, claiming halal ritual as animal abuse. All animal slaughter is animal abuse to some extent. I'm just going to say it. Like, this is obviously just Islamophobic, right? Like like when you slaughter animals and stuff, there's some kind of animal abuse, right? That's baked into mass slaughter. I'm not saying I think it's wrong to eat meat or anything. I'm just saying that's so stupid. Anyway, I'm just like, whatever. Like, okay.
For one reason. To restore Britain.
Restore Britain. There's the fascist palingenetic ultranationalism.
To make it a better, safer, and more prosperous place for British men and women to raise their families. It will be difficult, and it will be painful. But I assure you,
okay, Dolly Boy,
it is possible. I hope you.
Right, Jonas. It's like, what the fuck does that mean, Jonas?
Consider joining me on this journey.
At least he's not that charismatic.
A member of our party. It is our country. It is now our collective responsibility to act. Together, we will restore Britain. Thank you.
Okay. So that's what is being dealt with over in the UK with the Restore Party and their dumb cousins, the Reform Party. But like, oh my God, that is scary. They're openly calling like for exterminationism or ethnic cleansing. Gwen, oh my God, Gwen, you're on fire today. Well, you're literally on fire today, Gwen, because you're hot and because of the heat over there. Okay. Anyway, Gwen says 100K animals died from the heat this week on the way to the slaughterhouse. How does he feel about climate change? Right. Probably doesn't give a shit. All right. I don't know, but like awful. So that's, you guys are seeing that the UK is dealing with this shit. We got similar stuff going on in the US. The far right is rising everywhere. Okay. It is. And you can see similarities in language, you know, making America great again, shit like that. Lacroix, he said that he wants to ban halal and kosher animal slaughter in the UK because he says that that's not British. We can't do halal or kosher animal slaughter. And then someone told me that yeah, he said, and then someone told me that he said before that it's animal abuse to do it that way, but that's what animal slaughter is. All animal slaughter is animal abuse to some extent. I don't know what the fuck he means. Anyway, exactly, Lacroix. Yeah, exactly, Drusilla. No kosher slaughter too. So like, anyway, what a fucking lunatic. This guy is a monster. Be aware, folks. Just be aware of this. What I want to do next, guys, is, you know, this is actually a good, I'm glad you're here, Lacroix, because you sent me a video I thought we could watch together. Well, Hassan, wait, sorry. Jonas says, watch the video on AFD with Mehdi Hassan. Okay, let's watch that next. I agree, Jonas. I agree. So let's watch what Hassan has to say. I am curious about it. Second here. Okay, let's see here. Let's go find, did you put it in reactions? It actually would make sense for us to watch this right now. Okay.
Die deutschen Grenzen.
Okay, yeah, let's watch a little bit of this. So we've been speaking about, thank you, Jonas. Thank you very much, Jonas. So we've been speaking about the rise of the, since we're on this, we've been speaking about the rise of the far right everywhere. So we'll go to the timestamp Jonas gave us here. That's good enough. This is Mehdi Hassan talking to Maximilian Craw. Now, I don't know who this is. Is this a guy from the AFD? Ah, okay. Yep, he's a member of the AFD. Alternative for Deutschland, which is a essentially neo-Nazi party in the UK. Very far right, anti-immigrant. So I love Mehdi Hassan. Let's see. Look at him. He looks like a fucking Nazi. So let's watch him. Thank you, Jonas, for the timestamps. So let's see what he has to say, and then we'll go on to a different video, okay?
To kick the AFD out of her group for several.
And then we shall have a lovely little, like, anyway. I'm sorry. I love Germans, okay? I love Germans. I love Germany. I love German culture, food, etc. Okay, I've been to Germany. My family has German ancestry. But there's something about a far right person with a German accent that makes me like giggle, because it's like fucking Indiana Jones, right? It's like, yeah, it's like, oh, and then we shall go and we like do this, and then we shall kill all the people there, and that's like the dumbest fucking accent imaginable, and it makes you look like a fucking clown. Okay, anyway, I'm just saying, and that the haircut, okay, whatever. I would love to see him. Yeah, right. I want his face to melt. I know, right, Gwen? I'd love to see him falling face forward into a ditch, if you know what I mean. Okay.
Additional reasons the French right has with Germany, and they needed a reason, or they needed something they could sell to the press.
You defending the SS?
No, I never defended. There was a lady, and she told me.
Yeah, literally, Weird Morris Blob. I think I said this before. Mehdi Hassan. So Weird Morris Blob said, I'm so glad Mehdi Hassan has been better recently, because he hasn't had much of a change to live up like he used to. Yeah, and he had actually been saying originally that he was still kind of exploring his political ideology and he wasn't sure about it. So I had always noticed that he had been kind of moving away from the liberalism. And so I'm like, good for him. Like, give him a chance. And I've noticed that he's moved away from some of the lib stuff, but we'll see. He's still not perfect, but I love Mehdi Hassan, okay?
Mr. Carr, you said we should be proud on our ancestors. Now, my
ancestors. Pronounce it right, you fucking Nazi. I know, guys. I don't care how if you pronounce English correctly. I just really like making fun of these people.
Grandfather was an SS soldier. what do you say to me? And then I asked, have you checked the case? Was he a criminal? Only from the given fact that he was member, I will not tell you that he was a criminal. And
I'm sorry, say that again, Jonas. Is this in reference to the SS? Oh my God, I need to go back a little bit. Forgive me. I must have missed. Let's start it over.
You called yourself the German Donald Trump.
I didn't call, others called me that way, and I think it's flattering.
I think you introduced yourself to a journalist from The Spectator in that way. There are many
German
watching
Donald
today
Trump.
who will say that you, the German Donald Trump, are yourself an extremist. In the German intelligence agency's report on the AfD, you were cited hundreds of times.
It's funny, look, because I actually do have like 2 German fans. They haven't been around in a while, but I do have some German watchers.
They said your view of humanity is incompatible with the German constitution. You are also famously on record saying, quote, not all members of the Nazi SS were criminals. Something so outrageous that even your own party, they kicked you out of their parliamentary delegation.
That's not completely right.
Well, Marine Le Pen, the French far-right leader, said, that's too much even for me. And they cut off ties with you.
Even that is a simplification. Marine Le Pen always wanted to kick the AfD out of her group for several traditional reasons the French right has with Germany. And they needed a reason, or they needed something they could sell to the press.
You defending the SS?
No, I never defended. There was a lady, and she told me, Mr. Krah, you said we should be proud of our ancestors. Now, my grandfather was an SS soldier.
There are things that I would like to say. Alas, I cannot say them on YouTube or Twitch. Regardless, to say that, thank you, Dolly Boy. Dolly Boy gets it. Thank you. This man should not be on this stage right now. There's somewhere else I would like him to be. But I am literally like, I feel my fucking eyes welling up with anger here. I'm trying. Okay. We'll try to get through this.
What do you say to me? And then I asked, have you checked the case? Was he a criminal? Only from the given fact that he was member, I will not tell you that he was a criminal. And I mean, this is the praxis that even the Allied forces during World War II made for those cases. So when they captured an SS soldier, they asked,
to be a criminal organization, as you know.
Yeah, but the SS is a criminal organization, but not each and every one. You have to check, is he guilty? Is he a criminal? I never denied one German...
Yes. Yes, I'm sorry. Does he not understand how the SS worked? It's not now. Near the end of the war, there was a certain time period where they started shoving anyone into the SS they could, and they stopped doing the ideological training. But that was at the very, very end. Literally, the only way you could be in the SS is if you were viewed as ideologically pure and you were brainwashed, and you were directly loyal to Hitler. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. I think he knows what he's talking about. I mean, come on. Like, that's just inaccurate. Okay.
Crime during the World War, but I say, but even then you have to check personal guilt.
Look who sits with you in the German parliament right now. Matthias Helfrich, who called himself the friendly face of Nazism. Dario Seifert, he was a former member of a neo-Nazi group that's blacklisted by the AfD.
Is he a member of the parliament?
Really, Dolly Boy? That's fascinating. Jesus. Hello, Squirrely Crypto. Explain to me what the fuck you mean, Squirrely Crypto. Explain to me what you mean by that. If you're referring to migrants, I will ban you so fucking fast you won't even see what hits you. Okay?
Is an employee.
Dario Seifert.
He should be my colleague. I've never heard the name before, but maybe
he's a member of the Bundestag.
Okay.
He actually took Angela Merkel's seat in parliament, so people know him quite well. It's weird that you don't...
That's the guy, yes.
That's the guy. The former neo-Nazi.
Oh, of course. Bye-bye, Squirrel Crypto. You should follow your fucking leader. Bye. All right.
Nazi group member. Then there's Bjorn Hooker, one of your party's most influential figures, the AfD leader in Thuringia, twice convicted in a German court for using the banned Nazi slogan, "Everything for Germany," which was the motto of Hitler's stormtroopers.
Yep.
He said it twice.
Alles für Deutschland. Alles für Deutschland.
And then he said, It's wrong to portray Hitler as, quote, absolutely evil. There do seem to be a lot of Nazi sympathizers in your party.
But let's say, I mean, the audience can decide it. If I would say everything for the United Kingdom, then you would say, okay, it's a patriotic phrase. I was always interested in history. I didn't know that this was a special Nazi slogan. And he said...
Well, he did. He's a history teacher.
Maybe. I would say we have a problem with free speech. The phrase...
Okay. See, guys, this is literally fucking what I'm saying about free speech. The Nazis fucking exploit it. And that's how they get around shit. Okay? Oh, please, please, you don't take my freedom of speech. I just want to say that I think we should send all the Jews to concentration camps. Oh, don't oppress my freedom of speech. Like, okay, shut the fuck up. Okay? You need to be in fucking prison. Okay.
Everything for Germany was used much,
but
often
is this a
much
free
before.
Speech issue, or is this an issue that there's a lot of people in your party who like to play footsie with Nazis or with the Nazi period of history?
Maybe.
Come on, is that real? Admittedly, guys, I barely even. I like Mehdi Hassan, but I think that's an understatement. That's not playing footsie. That's just being Nazi. Like. They're barely hiding it. Like, that's barely even playing footsie.
It sounds that way, but it's not the fact.
Yeah, Glenn, I love that. There were good people on both sides of the SS.
I wouldn't say that this is typical. Look, we talk about immigration, we talk about demographics, we talk about economic development. And then, okay, the party is now more than 10 years old, and you will find such examples which I don't like. Those are bad examples. But you cannot judge a party by such isolated facts.
Yeah.
You have to make a whole...
I mentioned two members of parliament, one of whom you conveniently hadn't heard of, and the most influential state leader of your party, Bjorn.
No, not the most influential. Come on. Thuringia is a very small state.
He's seen as one of the most influential...
Turin, okay.
Yeah, in fact, he sees himself maybe.
In fact, Alice Weidel was asked, would you make him a minister? And she said yes. So we're looking at a future government minister as well, saying this stuff.
I tell you that he will not become part of the government.
How do you know that? Alice Weidel said she could be.
Yeah, he said she can imagine, but what shall you do? Imagine you're in a TV studio and they ask you
Big
after
Topper
a member of your own party, then you don't begin to split your own party.
One of the biggest criticisms of your party's platform is the focus on what's called remigration, of getting rid of immigrants.
Oh my God, I love the propagandistic language. I love the propagandistic language here. Did you hear that? Remigration. Okay, great. Great.
Which is a far-right concept coined by an Austrian extremist ally of your party who once stuck a swastika on a synagogue. It was in your party manifesto, the word remigration, last year. You have recently distanced yourself from it, I believe.
Yeah, Sir Bart.
Having once been a champion of it.
No, I've never been a champion of it. I have made clear that...
I have never been a champion of it. I just said that we should put all the migrants on trains and export them outside the country. Okay, good for you, buddy.
I don't like that the concept is completely unacceptable. My own wife is from Slovakia, so she is an immigrant. So you...
Oh my God, they do. This is like a J.D. Vance moment. My wife is a woman of color. I am not racist, okay? By the way, Czechoslovakian barely... That also is revealing. Guys, think about that. It is so revealing that he thinks someone from Czechoslovakia, it must mean you're foreign and you're like not, you're a foreigner. That's a very Nazi-coded things, okay? Because anyway, but yeah, that's not a foreign, really. That's barely a foreign migrant, okay? Anyway,
cannot tell me that I want to remigrate my wife.
Actually,
I'm sorry, that's not the way it works.
The fact that your wife is an immigrant from Slovakia doesn't mean you didn't write a book about remigration.
I never wrote a book about remigration. I wrote a book on what it means to be right-wing, contemporary right-wing. The book on remigration.
Yeah, right. Another white European a white European is my wife. How can I be racist? Yeah, doesn't that show? If that's how he views like a Czech versus a German, how do you think he views like a Turk, right? Like that's pretty dark.
It was written by an Austrian, Mr. Zellner.
He came up with the concept and you endorsed it and pushed it. I just watched an interview with this afternoon where you talked to the interviewer, 2023 interview, only 3 years ago.
Yeah.
You said we should do it. We could give the right incentives. We should be doing remigration.
Yeah, but not to people who are nationalized. Of course, we have, look, Germany has the second largest number of refugees worldwide after Colombia. Of course, we have to take care that a large number of those people who came, who have not integrated in society, don't speak the language, that they go back into their home countries when the war is over.
You said this is about finding a path to raise the patriotic consciousness of the indigenous population again and to motivate migrants, this is 2023, to either assimilate.
The indigenous population. Don't we love that? Don't we love that? Hey, let's go far enough back in German history, guys. The Neanderthals were there before the Cro-Magnons. So really, the land of Germany belongs to the Neanderthals. And then before that, the Germanic tribes migrated from elsewhere and pushed out the Neanderthals and then interbred with it. Like, so, I mean, let's just, I guess, okay. It's just very dumb. I don't know.
Or remigrate. That's Politics from the Right, a book you wrote in 2023.
In Germany, there are two.
Can I just explain something else too? Can I explain something else too? When the Nazis, this is very funny. I mean, it's not funny, but it is funny. When the Nazis were in power, they literally, yeah, they have LaCroix. They literally, they were convinced that Jewish people, Roma people, ethnic minorities, etc. They and Poles were literally biologically different. Okay, so when they first got into power, they started trying to develop ways of biologically determining if someone was Jewish, not Jewish, was a Roma, was not a Roma. Okay. And they started doing like craniometrics. They would measure people's skull sizes. Yep. Thank you, Dolly Boy. Yes, fuck the Nazi. Everyone should punch a Nazi. They would measure like nose sizes, facial features. They would took all these statistics. And you know what they quickly found out? They very quickly found out definitively that there were no differences. That there was zero way biologically using craniometrics and things like that to figure out if someone was Jewish or German, or a Pole or German, or Roma or German, okay? And oops, they found out that there's no way to do that. So that is why they ended up changing to, they started doing the Nuremberg laws, which said, okay, well, we can't actually tell who's Jewish or who's Aryan or German or Jewish or Polish or Roma. So we're just going to say if you have any ancestors who are any of these groups, then you must be one of them, okay? That was what they had to do because they were proven wrong. So they had to turn it into, well, an ancestry thing since there's no way to tell people apart otherwise. As a matter of fact, when Germany ended up integrating part of Poland into Germany, it became part of Germany proper. There were a lot of Poles there, and they literally didn't really take the time to even figure out if the people were, as they call them, German. They just said, okay, you're all German now. We don't have, like, they didn't do it for everyone, but they said, okay, all the Poles that we just brought in here, you're all German now. We don't have time to figure out if you're Polish or German, whatever, you're German. And those were Nazis because they understood that it was like, there's not really a difference. We just like, if it's just too much effort, we're just going to say you're German, okay? It's all fucking bullshit. It's all fucking bullshit. There was a Thelonious Dunk. It's all fucking bullshit. And then in like the rest of Poland, they did extermination against the Poles. Okay. It's okay. There was even a, who was it? I think it wasn't Heinrich Himmler. I think it was, what's his name? The head of the Luftwaffe. Why am I having a mind blank here? The big fat guy, Hermann Goering. I think it was Hermann Goering. Someone asked, a journalist asked him, so what makes someone a Jew? And his response was, someone's a Jew that we say is a Jew. It's not a real thing. Okay. Like it's not, it's made up. It's made up. Okay. So like, this is hilarious to me that like, they still think to this day that this illusion of race is like a thing. Anyway. Yeah. So fat Herman, exactly, Dolly Boy. So it's so stupid.
Meanings of the word remigration. You are right. There is one which is given by Mr. Zellner, and I clearly dissent.
He's an ally of your party.
No. I clearly dissent. It's not even allowed to members of parliament from our party to have joint events with him.
Hold on. Why were 3 members of your party at an event with him last month in Porto?
And we will clear that with them, and we'll make them clear that this is not okay. True. We made very clear that we don't allow joint events with Mr. Zellner in public.
You used to do events with him.
I met him from a publishing house. They had a big event. Well, he was a guest and I was a guest. But look, I meet so many people. And of course, there are groups that vote us
Bullshit.
and they follow his
What
movement.
is your definition of remigration?
Me too, Glenn.
Remigration is the sum of all legal ways to bring people out of the country who don't have the right to stay there. So if you have criminals, they have to leave. If you have people who live only from welfare and don't want to work, they should leave. So all
That's
legal
not remigration.
This is
Deporting
what
criminals is what the Labour government does in this country. That's not controversial.
This is not controversial because the official definition of our party, what we as a party,
guys, this is just messing with language. You know, he's just lying. Okay, this is just outright lying.
understand by remigration was now judged by the German administrative court, and they said, in the way the AfD is using the word remigration, there's no problem with the constitution. This is why this extremism thing is now on hold. Because we have another,
as we mentioned earlier, one of your leading
because that's
AfD
not what
leaders.
you're actually going to do when you get into office.
Bjorn Hooker.
You're going to do actual, real deportation. You're actually going to deport mass numbers of people.
He's not even in the executive board.
He's the leader of your party in a German
Exactly,
state.
Jay Williams. There's no such thing as legal fascism, right?
He said, without problem, we would also, without problem, be able to live with 20 to 30% fewer people in Germany. How do you get to 20 to 30% fewer people in Germany without deporting German citizens?
I don't know. He's a sports teacher, not a math teacher. Ask him.
I'm asking you. Do you accept that deporting 20 to 30% of the German public?
Look, once again, I don't know about his calculation. And this is not what is written in our manifesto. In our manifesto, it's very clear. Remigration is the sum of all legally possible ways.
Remigration is a far-right concept that talks about deporting
outside
citizens who are not assimilated.
Jesus Christ.
That's how Hunter Selder defined it. You can try and redefine it for this audience, but that's what it means.
Definition.
That's why it's always been a far-right term.
This is Mr. Zellner's definition, which is used here in Great Britain. In Germany, we have Mr. Zellner's definition, and we have a definition in our manifesto. And this is why I advise my party not to use this word.
Yeah, that's interesting.
I love it. He's just hiding what he's doing. It's all about hiding what you're doing. Jesus. Okay. So, well, let's watch a little more.
You say that. You advised your party not to use the word, not because you don't believe in it, but because you know you'll get banned if you use it. It sounds pretty cynical.
Right, sir.
We have more and more migrants in Germany.
That's true, Gwen. The 1980s does want its suit back.
And I'm the champion. I made a lot of videos in which I made clear.
I will beat Jesse Owens. Jesse Owens cannot beat a true alien. We shall beat Jesse Owens, and we shall assert the domination of the Reich.
Right? Like, oh my God, you're going to fucking lose, you piece of shit, okay?
Especially
fucking pathetic.
The Turkish community should vote AfD. The former Soviet community is already with us.
So let's talk about those immigrants. Why does your party leader, Alice Weidel, distinguish between Germans and passport Germans, she says? People who acquired German citizenship, weren't born with it. Will there be two classes?
How many years ago?
Will there be two classes?
How many years ago?
She said it in 2019.
Yeah, this is 7 years ago.
And then
never since.
Let me finish.
Never since.
Let me finish. Then in August 2025, last year, she was asked about it, and she defended the use of passport Germans in an interview with Welt.
Okay.
Okay, we're gonna stop there, guys. We get the idea. These lunatics are rising up everywhere. These lunatics are rising up everywhere. It's really scary. It's really fucking scary. And I know I'm laughing about it, but I can't believe, Lacroix Bois says, I can't believe you're being so mean to Nazis. We need to beat them with kindness and good vibes. Oh my God, Lacroix, I hate it. Okay, yeah, he's a fat racist piece of shit. Fuck him. He really ought to be in a ditch somewhere. Not dead, folks. I would never say that. That's promoting violence. I'm just saying. Nice hit, Dolly boy. Anyway, oh wait, I'm gonna miss what? His wife is Sri Lankan. How can he be a race? I'm sorry. Let's
only know the old thing. Okay, Mrs. Weidel, her wife is from Sri Lanka.
Yeah.
Hell, look at his eyes. His wife is from Sri Lanka. Oh, okay. What a fucking weirdo. Okay, so fucking stupid. I hate this use of spouses as by the way, his wife is a racist piece of shit too, then. I don't know what to tell you. Why is she might be, I don't know, I don't care if she's Sri Lankan. She's also a fucking monster if she's married to this fucking guy. Anyway, I'm just saying. Okay. All right, let's go on, shall we, guys? Can we fucking stop the fascists? That'd be nice. That'd be nice. Can we also, as a reminder, guys, you know, these folks aren't in power yet. Well, they do have a lot of power. They're not 100% in power everywhere. But could we also just remember that I know we haven't talked about it for a while, that there is currently a fascist state already doing genocide. There's actually a couple, but the big one is Israel. Okay. So these folks, we need to stop them any fucking way we can, any way we can. But we also need to remember that the fucking state of Israel is still is doing a genocide as we speak still. Okay. And they're doing it and laughing while they do it. And their population loves it and cheers for it and thinks it's great. And I have noticed, and Jonas brought this up yesterday, and I appreciate that from Jonas, is that with the stuff going on in Iran, with the stuff going on around the world, okay, with the stuff going on everywhere, people have stopped talking about what is happening in Gaza, which Israel is still allowing many people to die there, okay? It's still creating an uninhabitable area, and it's occupying it and killing people there. So can we also remember that, please? I know I haven't talked about it much, but we need to fight. These fascists are popping up everywhere. It's like a fucking, what's that game with the fucking gophers popping out of the holes? I always forget the name of it. Whatever. You have to hit the fucking beat a gopher or hammer a gopher or whatever that's. Thank you, Big Topper. Thank you. Whack-a-mole. It's like fucking fascist whack-a-mole right now, okay? Right-wing whack-a-mole. And we need a big fucking hammer, and we all need to be wielding hammers, okay? And then we need to use the hammers. Anyway, so just letting you all know, okay? Just a reminder. No, LaCroix, exactly, LaCroix. I don't have mercy on it. Honestly, I know this. People might disagree with this. I do not have mercy for people whose spouses, whether male or female, are Nazis and they're people of color. Okay, like why? I don't understand. I think a lot of the times it's about wanting to be adjacent to power. Okay, like JD Vance's wife probably loves being married to him because that gives her a lot of power. It does. It gives her a lot of influence. It makes her famous. So she's willing to just throw people under the bus, like all the the people around her who are not white, throwing them under the bus to help this fascist piece of shit have power because it gives her a little power. Yep. So like, and I just don't care. I don't care. I think so, LaCroix, I think so. Or like Melania, who's a migrant and is married to Donald Trump, like, okay. By the way, if you listen, I don't really like talking about spouses of politicians because it's like, whatever, I get it. But if I do for a little bit, okay, if I will for a little bit here, you do know that literally Melania has a lot more power than people think. And this is not the take I would normally say, guys, because I think it's kind of unimportant. But imagine if Melania got in front of a camera and denounced Trump. That is an option that she has. That would actually be kind of disastrous for him in a lot of ways. That could be disastrous for a lot of, if JD Vance's wife got in front of a camera and started, saying how he's horrible, this stuff is terrible. It might not work very well, but I don't know how it will result. But like, my point is that these folks there are other things they can do that they choose not to do. So anyway, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you're white, black, woman, man, whatever. Okay, I'm just saying. All right. So, or like, imagine if Kamala Harris's husband had gotten in front of a camera and said, I don't like how my wife is so pro-Israel. Okay. All right. Anyway. Okay. So I just don't have much mercy for them, but I don't like talking about them too much. Let's go on, guys. So let's go on. Let's see what we got here. I wanted to watch really fast. There's a few other things to watch. There's so many things to watch. Here. let me go over to, there was some other stuff that people sent that looked good to me. Oh my goodness, this is horrific. Let's do this. Okay, this was sent to us by Druzilla. This is just a quick clip.
Have more babies than.
There's some longer videos we're going to watch too, but just as a very quick little thing here, sent to us by Druzilla. What is this? So this is what? What's her name? What's her name? Erica Kirk. I don't know. She scares me. Okay. So let's just watch it real fast. It says feminism built their freedom, and then we'll watch a longer bit.
Have more babies than you can afford.
Yeah, easy for you to say. You have multiple degrees, including a Juris Master's degree, own a multi-million-dollar business, and have multiple properties. This is the thing I can't stand about you
Wait a minute. I'm sorry. Did she actually say that? Because it was cut off, right? Like, did she say anything before that?
Have more babies than you can afford.
Yeah, easy for you
really
to
say
say.
that?
You have multiple degrees, including a Juris Master's degree, own a multi-million-dollar business, and have multiple properties. This is the thing I can't stand about you anti-feminist losers. Feminism is what made your whole shtick possible. Y'all are such hypocrites. JD Vance said this about why he and Usha are having a fourth baby.
Like, we have amazing staff. We have people who help us with everything.
Yeah, they have full-time staff and babysitters. Meanwhile, is your childcare covered? Katie Miller.
Great, guys. You know what? I'm gonna be kind of mean here for a second. I'm not really gonna be mean, but I'm gonna say some things. Okay. Can we be clear? You know, I'm really sick of the wealthy and powerful chiding the working class for, like, they're having too many babies, like this really classist take on things. Look, all these poors need to stop reproducing. Well, if you couldn't handle that many babies, why'd you have so many babies? Literally, like, you guys know what I'm talking about? You know that attitude. I think it's funny because so many of the wealthy have so many kids that they can't even take care of them. They literally hire nannies, and then those kids grow up to be little sociopaths because their parents were never in their lives, because their parents pumped them out and then grew them up with fucking nannies who, and then never had any connection or real communication with their kids. So then they grew up to be little fucking sociopaths who fuck the rest of us over. They have a bunch of kids who they don't directly raise and who are raised by nannies and other people and who they don't have any connection to as family members. And then they do all this horrific stuff to get a daddy's attention or mommy's attention. And they become so, if anything, we need to fucking reduce the birth rates amongst these lunatics at the top who can't even take care of their own fucking kids. Okay. Just saying, I really get sick of this, like, shaming of the poor and working class people who have kids. Anyway, don't take me too seriously, okay? There's much more to this, but I just get really sick of it.
Life of Stephen Miller, the root cause of so much evil in this White House, posted this. She also went to college. She also had the ability to make decisions around her reproductive health, had a career, and for some reason still made the decision to marry Trump's minister of propaganda. And you know what? That's her choice. The issue is that these women actively support taking away choice for all other women. They support taking away reproductive.
Black women evidently only have sex with men that aren't their husbands, destined for... it's infuriating to me.
Rights. At the Turning Point Conference, Erica Kirk had Savannah Stone speak, who supports the repeal of the 19th Amendment, which gives women the right to vote. Y'all can do whatever the
Yeah, Dolly Boy. And, like, Dolly Boy says they shame them for having kids that scream bloody murder about then have kids, then scream bloody murder about replacement theory, and that people aren't having enough kids. Yeah, it's so gross to me. No, seriously, yeah, look, Quabwa. Guys, it is not an exaggeration. Like, people like Elon Musk are kind of waging, I should say, what's the term? Are kind of doing a Nazi-esque reproduction war. Like, they believe that the wealthy and the successful should have more kids because then they want to outnumber the poor who they think are dumb and incapable. It's really fucking stupid. All right? It's really fucking stupid. Yeah, and, like, I'm just so sick about people being so judgmental about people who do have kids, especially being a teacher who had to teach kids who grew up in poverty and stuff. If you want people to have less kids, then let them have money. Let them be educated. Let them do things so that they, okay. I just it drives me crazy, all right? Meanwhile, black incarceration rates are massively higher for the same crimes white people do. Of course. So anyway, if anything, we need to limit the birth rates of the fucking wealthy, okay? We need to limit the life. I'm not going to go there. That would be violating the terms of service. I'm just saying, can we limit these people? Anyway, okay. All right. Hello, Mr. Roos Smith. Hello, Mr. Roos Smith. How are you doing? Okay.
You want have more babies than
thank you, Virtual Vines. I know you. Thank you, Dolly Boy.
Can afford, but stop lying to people.
Jesus. Okay. Jesus Christ. Exactly. We should be taxing these people more. They need to have all their taxes. Anyway, there should be no billionaires. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. And there's enough pressure on fucking women already. Can we be clear about that? Why? And then, do you know how it's women? Not only do we attack people. Hello, you said, what are you talking about, bro? Muslims? What do you mean? Am I talking about Muslims? Oh God, please don't tell me. What do you mean? Am I talking about Muslims? No, I'm not talking about Muslims. I'm talking about the rich and birth rates and shit like that. What do you mean, Mr. Rouse? Okay, yeah, they oh no, that's okay, Mr. Rouse. Forgive me. I don't know you, so I was worried. Why are you asking about Muslims? Okay. Oh no worries, Mr. Smith. I'm just curious. Okay, we're constantly being yelled at. We're being yelled at constantly. Women especially are being constantly yelled at for any little thing they do wrong. Okay, you see what I mean? So women, oftentimes, guys, it's women who then have to. The most common family form in human history is a single mother. So who do you think the burden falls on if a woman has several kids and then she's a single mother and has to take care of them? And then society's like, how dare you? Oh, you had so many kids while she's trying to survive and raise the kids, even if it wasn't her fault that the father may have left or something. It's just, it's so inhumane. Okay. It's fine. Whatever. You know what? Whatever. Fuck it. We have a sociopathic society that doesn't care about people. All right. Fetty, yeah, well, it's the mom's fault for not keeping the father around, CR. What are you talking about? Right? No, right, Fetty? That's what it seems like. Jesus. Okay. Bro, more than 3 kids is not accident. No, it can be an accident still. I'm not sure what you mean. Yeah, it can definitely still be an accident. It depends on how you define accident. Do you mean accident as in, they weren't educated in a way to know how to stop that, or they don't have any opportunities in their lives, so the only thing they can do for fun is have sex? Literally, a lot of people live places where they're not great economically and they can't afford anything. And honestly, one of the most entertaining things you can do is have sex, and there's no other options. There are other things too that cause people to have sex and to have kids. By the way, it can be economically useful to have kids too if you're poor, because then those kids become laborers who can bring in an income. There are so many things that go into this. Why are we judging people who have who have kids? Okay, who we think have too many kids? That the number of people having kids the number of kids that people have will go down if we change material conditions. Okay, that happens everywhere. By the way, if you give women easier access to birth control too and contraception, it will go down. But this country is constantly trying to limit that, is it not? We're constantly, I'm sorry, I'm on a rant here, but we're constantly trying to get rid of any form of birth control and abortion. And then when people do get pregnant, we're like, how dare you have kids? When they're human beings and it's a natural instinct to have sex. It's so fucking stupid. Okay, it's so fucking stupid. All right? Jesus. So Gwen, they do sometimes, Gwen. And listen, you're right, Gwen, that overall having kids is an economic burden. And I'm talking globally here. In some societies, having kids, they become labor that can be used on a farm or whatever. But this is not overall. But that's my point, Gwen. even the people that are having money, having kids because it's economically beneficial, they shouldn't have to do that, right? If they could survive economically. There you go, Mithril. Okay. Yeah, it is, Gwen. You're right. That is fair. Okay. Let's see here. Okay, you said here, Mr. Rouse Smith. Bro, I heard in news the Indian government is giving free protection in government hospitals to control the population. Yeah. Yes, but you do know. Okay. Mr. Rouse Smith. Okay. What is your point? I'm trying to see what your point is. So why do you think then, let me just ask you a little question here. Why do you think, if that's the case, that there are so many kids being had in India? Let's see what you have to say about that. Okay. I'm curious because it seems like there's an underlying point you're trying to make, and I really want you to say it out loud. Okay. So what is that? What is your underlying point? What do you think the issue is? Okay, that doesn't make sense, Mr. Rouse. So if you're not Indian, why would you then why would you comment on India at all? You're okay with commenting on India if it's about condoms, but then if I ask you what you think the underlying reason is, okay. All right. So, Fetty, an all protection. Yeah, I know exactly, Lacroix. Please just say it with your chest. So, what do you think the issue is then, Mr. Rouse? You've mentioned Muslims and you've mentioned people in India. What do you think the issue is with the babies? Okay, please tell us. Tell us as a community. We want to hear it. Okay. So Mithril, they all claim they love Anglo-Saxons, so the rich should divide up their estates equally. Right. They never, anyway. Guys, I'm sorry. I'm just losing my fucking patience with all the burdens put on people, the people that are poor, people who grow up in situations that we've created for them by not fixing anything in this fucking country or in the world. Okay. Anyway. All right. Let's go on. We have some other videos to watch here. Ooh, okay. I wanted to watch this with all of you. Let's change the topic a little bit, guys. Let's change the topic a little bit. Let's change the topic a bit, okay? Just for the sake of. Okay. All right. So let's change the topic. Okay. So I need a little break from that topic because I'm about to lose my mind. All right. So let's go on. So guys, real fast. This is a video that Lacroix sent to us. This is a video that Lacroix sent to us. Yeah, I agree, Lacroix. This video, and I haven't seen it, but Lacroix sent this to me. It's called "Veganism is Bullshit." Now, I don't know what he's gonna say. I do know that Soy Pill is the guy's name. By the way, very handsome man, very attractive man. You know it, Lacroix. Anyway, but this is I doubt he's gonna actually be saying that veganism is bullshit. Okay, I doubt. I bet that's just a way to get people to watch the video because he's not that unnuanced. But so let's watch it. I am curious. We haven't really talked about talked much about veganism or animal abuse and things like that. So we'll see what he has to say. I am not a vegan. I am not a vegetarian. You know what? Let me sit down for this. Before I explain some stuff for y'all. Okay, let me sit down for a second. Yeah, he's a progressive type. One second. I'm going to sit down. And okay, so while the desk is coming down here, my view on this, guys, is that morally speaking, vegans are right. Okay, I agree morally, ethically with vegan notions that animal abuse, that the slaughter animals are, that mass slaughtering animals, and on factory farming and how we treat animals and things like that, okay, is bad. Okay, and it is a form of abuse to some extent. There are I have lots of moral and ethical concerns with the mass slaughter of animals, and things like that. Okay. Who are we to decide whether something is conscious enough to die? There are ongoing debates about how much pain these animals go through when they go through these processes. If we're not sure, I'm not comfortable I'm not okay with it. We could talk about we could also talk about how it is often bad for the environment. Mass animal farms, like big industrialized animal production centers, pump a lot of gas into the environment that is methane and stuff, and CO2 that is really bad for the environment. Mwah. And contributes to climate change. Thank you, Dolly Boy, for the kiss. Okay. So I agree ethically and morally to a large extent with that. Okay. That being said, so why am I not a vegan? And why am I not a vegetarian? Why? Okay, I care about animals because something that bothers me, and listen, if you're a vegan or vegetarian, I am not talking about all vegan or vegetarians, is that sometimes vegan and vegetarians are pretty fucking lib-coded in how they approach the problem. We have structured society around eating meat and things like that. And the alternatives are expensive and not great. And it is literally, there is a massive structural problem here in regards to society that makes it really hard to become a vegan or a vegetarian across the board on an individual basis. If we want to end the mass production of meat and things like the mass eating of animals, we need to provide solutions to those problems in a structural in a structural way. Okay. So that is just a fact. You can look at all the data. There are very few vegetarians and vegans in the world, percentage wise. Most people who are not vegans, they know the reality, but they continue to eat meat. Because it is easy to get access to. Alternatives are harder to get access to. Oftentimes, people live in areas where it's hard to find good alternatives. It is not listen, it is not useful, I think, for vegans and vegetarians to condemn the morality of others without being like, we need to change the system to make it easier for people to not eat animals. Okay. I can explain, let me explain what I mean. Okay, but this is my point, tater tot hot dish. Critiquing individuals is not going to change anything. So being like, well, why don't you just eat beans? Well, humans like to eat things that taste good. Okay. So what, do you want people to always eat beans? Listen, this is complicated. So let's watch, okay, let's watch, liquid see, no, yeah, so Gwen, it can be natural to be a vegan or vegetarian. It is, it can be natural. It's not like, but it's still not easy when you compare it. Like, yeah, Philly cheese, the government artificially keeps prices of meat low in the US. It absolutely does. All right, so I'll explain. Yes. Yeah, there you go. That's great, LaCroix. And I do, guys. So I think that's good. LaCroix says, I was vegan and had to stop for health reasons. There's a movement called vegan anarchism that encourages people to do what they can when they can and consider those people vegan. Yeah, I think that's great. And that's what I do, guys. I try to avoid eating meat. I do. But I'm definitely not a vegan. Okay. So, like, I'm just saying, I'm hoping he'll talk about this. I normally like his stuff, but I'm not making a very good argument here. But there are, but like only focusing on trying to terrorize people into not eating meat. And literally, a lot of vegans will, there are vegan and vegetarian organizations that I think they don't do advocacy right. I just don't. Because people know that they're eating dead animals. Okay, like I know I'm eating dead animals that have probably suffered. I got to tell you, but it's inexpensive. The alternatives aren't great. All right. So let's watch this. We'll see what he has to say about it.
Soy pill. And despite my name, I am not vegan. Yeah, this physique is built on the backs of untold animal suffering and chicken mukbang. But you may have heard me say in other videos that veganism is morally correct. So I'm admitting that I have moral failings? Not our perfect soy pill? Well, I am going to make the switch this year. But why now? What changed? Is the soy pill going to become an insufferable vegan channel who somehow is able to make consistent content despite the arguments for veganism never changing? So he has to pump out daily updates.
God, I wish I had his physique. Did you guys see that? Anyway,
They
sorry,
found
I'll
a nipple
stop.
on and made into milk. No, don't worry. This is probably the only vegan video I'll ever make. And I promise there's politics in this one too. But I want to explore how I could agree with vegans and not be one for so long. And why the vegan efforts of today and all of history will probably never achieve their goals in a timely manner. And yes, maybe make you self-reflect and question whether or not you're engaged in a daily holocaust of unfathomable numbers that will be looked back upon with the same judgment that we view slave owners. So maybe you'll watch this and say, you know what, I'm going vegan. But really, this video is about why you probably won't. Okay, first, why do I think being vegan...
I wonder, he might actually agree with me. He might actually agree with me. Okay.
is morally correct. I can't imagine I could tell you anything new that isn't widely available knowledge. That as soon as you heard it, you drop those chicken nuggies into your bowl of ranch. We all know that beef feels pain and sadness when it's alive. Factory farming is torturous. And yeah, cow farts do contribute to climate change. Although it's more their burps. But that doesn't matter. Farts sound stupider
So
and
guys,
that's right-wing.
I'm not saying that all vegans and vegetarians are lectury. But I get annoyed with some vegan and vegetarian promoting organizations because I feel like they're not approaching it well. I feel like they need to do they need to approach changing. They need to approach changing the system more than yelling at people, okay? Because that's not, on an individual basis, that's not going to fix things.
Just pretend that nothing's wrong. Basically, the only argument as to why I think being vegan is the right thing to do is the simplest one. I don't think that you should cause unnecessary suffering to conscious beings. Most people don't want to cause suffering to other people, especially if they don't deserve it.
Kill him now.
I shouldn't. And we usually have more of an adverse reaction if that person is innocent or incapable of even understanding the pain. It's bad to perform capital punishment on an innocent person. It's much worse to kick a
Oh, thank you, Dolly Boy. Thank you.
baby than an adult. Well, most babies. A lot of people apply that same empathy to cats and dogs. We keep them as pets.
And I hope you guys know, I actually really respect vegans and vegetarians. They're doing what I cannot. They have more discipline than I do. They have more, maybe they're morally stronger than I am in some ways. I have friends who are vegans and vegetarians, but I think there is a liberal component of vegans and vegetarians who approach it from a very individual basis that won't actually change things. And if anything, it pushes people away from the movement. That's my critique, okay?
Love them. We know they feel pain and sadness. We typically don't like making them feel that. No one likes when the dog dies in the movie. And hurting cats is only funny when they deserve it, like when they're being a Nazi sympathizer. People hate pet abuse so much, they made a whole movie about that time that dude abused his cat on video, and the entire internet crusaded just to find him. Now, the difference between cats and dogs, and say pigs and cows, is basically nothing. In fact, pigs are smarter than both. The only real difference is that we don't hang out and sympathize with pigs and cows the way we do with cats and dogs, except for farmers, who are okay with killing them. But we'll get to that. But that's basically as far as the argument needs to go for me. You could try to convince me with the case against climate change, but I already think the suffering part is enough. And if it wasn't, it implies that suffering is okay as long as it's green and sustainable. My slaves are grass-fed, free...
Oh God, this is dark.
Range, and I plant a tree for every one I plan on hanging when they run away. If I could choose between 1, walking up to a dog and kicking it as hard as I could, and 2, not doing that, I would choose 2, and that wouldn't change for a pig.
That's awesome, Philly Cheese. Good job.
Never
that's
choose
impressive.
option 1 for any living, feeling thing if I didn't have to. And that's basically what choosing not to eat meat is. I don't need to eat meat and cause an animal to suffer, so I won't. And as for animal byproducts, if somehow you knew a chicken was going to lay an egg and then say, oh God, did that just come out of me? I don't want that fucking thing. Would it be immoral to walk up, take the egg, and use it to make brownies?
Gwen, oh, come on, Gwen. You don't actually think being vegetarian is anti-plant. I really respect, I very much respect vegans and vegetarians. I really do. I am jealous of them. They're stronger than I am. Oh, I got you, Philly Cheese, okay? Like, I agree with them morally. It's one of, I guess,
No, but that's not where almost any of us get eggs from. We get them from horrible farms that overfeed chickens so their legs can't support themselves. And we put the male chickens into the machine designed for grinding up
Disgusting, disgusting,
There's
disgusting.
probably a way that you
that.
could milk your pet cow of excess milk and drink it, and the cow wouldn't give a shit. Yo, brachacho, that's literally baby food. What the fuck are you doing, bro? But instead, we forcibly impregnate cows and keep them in horrible conditions. Almost no one is just eating roadkill or already dead animals, or
That's a really good idea, Lurking Snow Leopard. There could be more educational material created, like images show a side-by-side comparison of protein and calories in vegan dishes versus meat-based ones. Yeah. But the other thing too, Snow Leopard, is that there are also literally, what was I going to say here? There are food deserts in this country. Like black and brown people often live in food deserts where you don't have access to fresh food, which makes it a lot harder to get fresh vegetables and stuff. So there are also structural reasons that kind of lead to people buying things that makes it harder to become a vegetarian or vegan. So this isn't just about, oh, well, you have, why don't you just go eat beans or whatever it is? Like that is way oversimplification. It also, to me, is kind of dehumanizing in a way to be like, well, you should just live off beans. Okay, well, that's that's not that tasty. And it's harder to come up with a bunch of different vegetarian options for someone who isn't used to it. Okay, you say here there could be more educated liquid alicorn. You could enjoy rice and bean dishes, then you can just stop eating meat. Yeah, but that's not gonna work for me. Liquid alicorn. That's just not gonna work for me. It's part of the culture I grow up in. I need structural changes. A lot of people need structural changes. Okay. Also, fruit and veg can be expensive sometimes. Exactly. 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 And listen, okay.
Getting milk and eggs from indifferent farm livestock. So for any and all of these animal products, it's just morally correct to choose not to participate in harming animals if you don't have to. Speaking of avoiding suffering, this video is sponsored by Cloaked, who asked me to put my phone number into their website to see just how exposed my personal information really is. Oh God, 17 compromised records because companies are giving away my phone, address, and social security number. The only thing worse than subjecting an animal to factory farming would be giving them rights and then making billions off of them with the endless spam, scam calls, and information selling.
Oh, this is an ad. We're going to skip the ad. We'll get to the good stuff.
Back and protect yourself. My link gets you 30% off any plan. Now, we don't even understand how our own brains work, let alone animal brains. But it's pretty easy to make assumptions on
No, it's okay, Tater Tot. Please keep yapping over there, okay? Love hearing you.
And cannot feel pain. For example, when you stab it or punch it or boil it, does it writhe around and scream? If it can't scream, does it look like maybe it wants you to stop? Okay, then...
Thanks, Sir Bart. That is exactly my point, okay? Sir Bart says, I hunt and eat chickens that I own. Humans eating other animals is perfectly natural. I'm fortunate enough to be able to do this, but some people are not. We should get mad at the corporations that have thrust these conditions on us, not the working person. 100%, Bart. That is my point, guys, is that there are big fucking structural problems here that have created this scenario, okay? Having such a meat-centric society doesn't have to be the case, but it is. So we need to change the meat-centric society structurally. Going after individuals to try, it's very much like a self-help kind of approach. If you're like, well, just stop eating meat, okay? That is not going to be a good tactic, okay? That's not going to be a good tactic. Exactly. It's very liberal, I would say. It's a liberal sort of approach to blame the consumer rather than the producer. You're Tater Tot. Tater Tot, we love you. Tater Tot, I love you, Tater Tot. You cannot offend me, okay? I mean, I might yell at you because I'm a monster, but you cannot offend me, okay? I want to hear your opinion. I'm okay with people disagreeing with me on this, all right? And I think your girlfriend, for example, Tater Tot, is more moral than I am. That the fact that she's able to do that. H did nothing wrong. Oh, my goodness. Oh, thank you, Outer Signal. You got them. I didn't see what they said. I don't know if I want to see what they said. Okay, thank you for that.
Yeah.
I just saw what they said. Good catch, Outer Signal. Good catch, Outer Signal.
Don't
Dear
do
God.
that.
Guys, we are getting all the Islamophobes in here today. We're getting all the Islamophobes in here today. I swear to God, we're getting all the fucking genocidal, racist, Islamophobic people in here today. I swear to God.
Like, I know we've made advances in science and can actually measure pain responses in a lot of beings, but I seriously can't believe we used to think that animals or even babies couldn't feel pain. They have debates now about whether lobsters can, and I mean, it's possible they don't feel pain, but it's also possible they feel every agonizing moment of being boiled alive. We didn't do that with the babies when we weren't sure, right? Oh. Well, not all the time. But where's the line, you ask? Like, surely if you're okay with aborting a 2-day-old clump of cells, you're probably not going to care if you kill an amoeba or a dust mite. Do bugs or worms feel pain? Well, I'll get to maximizing your moralism later in this video, but I think it's simply a matter of necessity. If you have to cause harm for some reason, like a dog or a cow is trying to kill you, then do it. And if you don't, then don't. Instead, pet the dog, kiss the cow, take that spider outside. Burn every mosquito alive. Create torture devices for cockroaches. If I had a genie, I would wish that all cockroaches could...
Exactly. Allahu Akbar, right? Allahu Akbar, everyone, okay? I think I'm pronouncing that right. God is great. We're all Muslims. When we're being attacked by Islamophobes, we're all Muslims together. We understand that, right? Muslims together strong. Okay, that sounded like it could be racist. You get my point, okay?
Feel pain. And then for my second and third wishes, I double that pain, so they knew no respite in their short, miserable, agonizing lives. Hey, but animals kill each other. Yeah, and most animals have to. We don't. If a cat could choose to be vegan, I'd have the same smoke for them for choosing not to be. But I value human life more than animals. Yeah, me too. But I don't even value all human life equally. And it doesn't matter if hurting the animal is unnecessary. I value people with hands as construction workers more than people without hands. But I also don't eat the handless people when they take too long to put my roof on. Unnecessary.
Wait, what? I'm sorry. I've lost the tree. Is he saying he... Okay.
Is the key word here, because yeah, I value human ingenuity and output and company more than I value that from animals. If my house was on fire and I had to choose between my child or my dog, I'd pick my child. If I had to kill 1 million rats to make a life-saving vaccine, I would. Or even kill every ape to save one human. Or every ape's to save one human. But if I don't need to cause them suffering, who cares if I value them less? I don't need to make them suffer. If I don't need to make them suffer, I won't. But what if the suffering is really fast? There are some farmers who justify eating meat because they give their animals good and prosperous.
Did I hear that right, Anderson? Or was he actually saying he values humans without hands more than humans? Or was he, I think he was making a theoretical point.
Life.
Yeah, that's my point, Peck on Bad. I kind of ignored it because I think I missed what he said before. And I don't think he actually meant, I think when he said me, he meant like society. I'm not sure, but like that was a weird comment to make. Maybe I misunderstood him.
And when they finally do kill them, it's quick and relatively painless. But you're still depriving that animal of the rest of its good and prosperous life. Is it okay to kill a person if they never know it's coming and everything's been good for them up till that point? No. Not really, especially if you don't have to, you just want to. But being vegan is impractical to me because of cost or health or access to vegan food. Okay, then don't go vegan. Again, I'll get to prescriptions later, but what do you think I'm gonna say here? Hey, poor person who's allergic to soybeans and lives 2,000 miles away from any grocery store that sells beans and vegetables and whatever the fuck vegans eat, you should die. Oh, your cat's gonna die because it's on a vegan diet? Well, of course you should kill it, because otherwise you're a bad person. If you can't be vegan, you can't. But you should still try to reduce the harm you cause in ways that actually make sense.
I agree with that. Reduce the harm you cause. Okay, reduce the harm you
can
cause.
reduce suffering by prioritizing animal welfare over your convenience to eat tasty animal products. Do it.
I'm doing my part. I'm doing my part.
Oh, God.
I'm doing my part. I didn't do fucking shit.
But if you can't, for health reasons or something, don't, obviously. Like I said, if it's me or the chicken, I'd kill 1,000 chickens before I let this human die. But you don't do other altruistic things. Yeah, I could donate all my money past the bare minimum I need, or dedicate my life to being like Oscar Schindler at the end of Schindler's List, selling all my possessions and turning my phone into 3 Jews, and my car into 20 Jews, and my lampshade into 1 Jew. Wouldn't that be ass backwards? But even if that probably would make the world a better place, there's levels of reasonability.
Yeah, guys, I literally, I don't know. It weirds me out when I see like vegan dog food or vegan cat food or whatever it is, especially vegan cat food because they're carnivores. I don't know. I would have to see what the science behind that is, but I feel like there's become it's a marketing mechanism for a lot of people. It's a marketing mechanism for a lot of people. Where like for like a lot of companies where they say that this is a vegan diet thing, and a certain number of people out there will view it as like a, or like when they say this is a natural food, right? Natural food. It's just a marketing mechanism. Um, I don't know. I don't know what it is. Okay.
Here. Just because you don't do everything doesn't mean you shouldn't do something. Should you dedicate your life to picking up every piece of trash you see on the ground? If you lived in Mamdani's...
Yeah, there you thank you, Lloyd. So I literally don't know, but I always thought it was weird when I saw bags of cat food that were like vegan or whatever.
Communist wasteland city, you'd die before you even got through 10% of it. But that doesn't mean you should litter. So where do all these arguments lead me? Oh, I'm still eating meat. Wait, so I believe all of that, and I'm not vegan yet. Why not? None of that information is new to me. I believed all those moral arguments for years. The answer? It's most people's answer, because I didn't feel like it. Yeah, it's not exactly like choosing whether or not to kick a dog. It's like if kicking a...
Yeah, Outer Signal, you're right. I've noticed that too. A lot of things guys are advertised as vegetarian or vegan that are just normally vegetarian or vegan. But I get it. Vegetarian vegans want to be careful. They want to be careful that they're not getting any animal products. So it is important to advertise that. But a lot of times there are things made or advertised as vegan and vegetarian just for the sake of getting more, to sell more of those things, right? Like Outer Signal, yeah, they're advertising vegan hot sauce nowadays. 99% of all hot sauce has always been vegan. Right. Okay.
Dog tasted really fucking good. And if all of your friends and family kick dogs constantly, and every restaurant only had 1 or 2 options where you didn't kick a dog.
Okay, that's fair, Laquable. I might be being overly I'm being stereotyping. I'm being over generous. Okay.
At the grocery store, you had to check all the labels to make sure you didn't have to kick a dog on the way out if you bought it. Now, is it hard to be vegan? Not really. Plenty of people manage, but it sure as hell isn't convenient, especially when it's not the norm. All that changed for me was that I started interacting.
Listen, guys, there's a stereotype out there that India is largely vegan or vegetarian. That's not. Okay, Matt Saigai has told us this several times. I just want to emphasize, look at this chart. It proves Matt Saigai's point. Where did it go? Did we went by it too fast? God damn it, we went by it too fast. Okay, whatever. We'll go back. It showed that like only 13%.
All of your friends and family kick dogs constantly, and every restaurant only had 1 or 2 options where you didn't kick a dog. And at the grocery store, you had to check all the labels to make sure you didn't have to kick a dog on the way out if you bought it. Now, is it hard to be vegan? Not really. Plenty of people manage, but
look. So India, only 13% of India is vegan. Okay, so just as a reminder, it's not a true notion that Indians are vegan or vegetarian. Only 13% are vegan. Only 13% are. Okay.
Sure as hell isn't convenient, especially.
Well, I mean, look at this. Only 4% of Americans are vegan. Like this, clearly, this is part of my point, guys. As a matter of strategy, going after individuals is not working. It's just not working. Most people know, a lot of people know about how animals are being abused, and the vast majority of people still eat meat, right? There has to be some other structural way to change things.
When it's not the norm. All that changed for me was that I started interacting with more vegans in real life, and they made it easier to go to places that they go and eat the stuff they eat. And I said, oh shit, I should probably just keep doing this. But if I sincerely believe all the stuff I just said, doesn't that make me a bad person for not doing it earlier? That I would prioritize my own convenience? Yep. And yet, I did it anyway. I'm literally doing it right now while I'm recording this, since I'm not fully vegan yet. And plenty of people have all the same info I had and do the same. But it's much worse than that. Most people don't even think they're worse morally for not doing it, because they make the aforementioned arguments or excuses. And even if they wouldn't want to hurt animals themselves, there's so many degrees of separation that they don't mind once the animal is already dead, since they didn't have to kill it. Then there's plenty of farmers or hunters who just don't have a problem killing animals for food. Then, of course, it doesn't help that a lot of vegans are annoying and preachy about it. Not that I can blame them. It's like pro-life activists. You literally think there's a genocide happening. Pretty good reason to be upset. And even vegans that aren't preachy get flack, because even just mentioning being vegan.
Virtual Vines, you say, why do people think there's more vegans in India? There's a lot of misconceptions about India. People think that like Hindus are vegetarian. No, not all of them are. There's this idea that Hindus don't eat beef. Yeah, a lot of Hindus, respect cows for religious reasons and stuff, but it is not a vegan society at all. It's just a notion. It's just a mistaken notion about India. Let's put it that way.
is enough to make people defensive. They know that people are vegan for moral reasons, and even if they don't agree with those moral reasons, just by existing, vegans confront them with the fact that someone views their diet choices as a moral failing. Oh, you think you're better than me because you don't eat animals, huh? So if I'm on the cusp of actually being vegan, but also a minority in my belief that it's morally correct, I'm surrounded.
Yeah, but exactly where Norris Blob. Yeah, but that's my point. Liquid alicorn is that's only 13% of India. That's a tiny percentage. It's not that many people. So clearly, there are sects in the United States of religions that don't eat meat, but it's not a widespread thing in India.
By some of the most annoying allies ever, and up against a status quo ready to be defensive at the slight mention of the V word, how could any argument, no matter how convincing, change most of society? Answer, it won't. The information is out there. Everyone knows.
Oh my God, I agree with him completely. He's making exactly the point I was trying to make. It's not working. It's not going to work, okay?
They just don't care. You're not going to make society vegan anytime soon with videos of the slaughterhouse appealing to people's empathy or morals.
Oh no, it's okay, liquid alicorn.
Or social pressure. It's just not happening. We need something else. Unfortunately, replacement products aren't going to cut it. I've had vegan alternatives that taste just as good as the original product, but if people don't have a reason to buy
I've had a few vegan alternatives that do taste just as good as the original product. Most of them do not. I got to tell you, most of them don't. Then in my experience.
The demand won't be there. Prices aren't low enough to justify buying it, and a lot of vegan alternatives do just suck compared to the original.
Listen, guys, you guys can't tell it. You guys can't tell. And yeah, so Mr. Rouse, would you please tell me what is the population of India? What is the population of India? Yeah, 192 million people are vegan. What is the population overall of India? Okay, anyway. So the funny thing here is someone literally, I don't know why the fuck we are getting so many fucking Islamophobes in here today, but someone just posted a comment in YouTube that I'm not going to release. The name of this person's name is Nationalist89. Nationalist89. Yeah, 1 fucking billion. Okay, that's a lot of fucking people. All right. Anyway, so 1.92 million is not that many in relation to 1 billion. Okay, I know, right? It might be the Nationalist 88 is already taken, and they made a very gross comment in the YouTube. Can we just? I'm not going to say it, but just be aware that there is the rampant Islamophobia in the world is really clear today. Probably because of us talking about migration and stuff earlier. All right. So imagine our friends in here who actually are Muslims and who live in places that are majority non-Muslim and the kind of shit they must be going through. Okay, anyway.
Possible burger is ever going to measure up to a steak. And you're never going to make me think that cauliflower wings are even remotely close to as good as chicken wings. No, we need something that's superior to meat. We need to give people an option that's low effort, that's the same price as, or
Jonas,
less
I swear to God, please don't. I hope you. I know you don't. You're not serious, Jonas. But seriously, you're not the problem. I hope you know that.
Meat, and that makes people feel better for choosing it over the norm. We need lab-grown meat. Lab-grown meat is simple. You take a cell from an animal, put it in a culture of nutrients that you'd find in the womb, and bam! You got a piece of delicious meat. The animal isn't hurt or killed, and you can do it over and over and over to your heart's content. Is it vegan? Technically, no, since it's a product from an animal. But who gives a shit? You're avoiding all of the moral pitfalls of harm to living
They can actually,
creatures.
guys, they're trying to make, thank you, Marzipan. They're trying to make, literally using genetics to grow, I think it's a pig or a cow that doesn't have a nervous system. So you can literally grow a cow or a pig that doesn't have a brain or nervous tissue. So it can't feel anything, but you just get the meat. Okay. And that would be perfect. And it's not really alive because it doesn't really have a brain. I mean, it has cells. But you could do shit like that.
And you get to enjoy the delicious taste of murder. Now, it's not legal yet because they got to make sure it's safe, despite the fact that our current administration is making all the food that we already eat unsafe. It's also going to take some time to make it scalable for mass production and textured so you can grow a marbled steak instead of a steak patty. But this is already happening. Once it's ubiquitous and cheap, you'll be at the grocery store and you'll see 2 steaks next to each other. One says steak and the other says steak, lab grown, same meat, no harm. And it's cheaper. It's like all that marketing for green.
Did I click the wrong button? I thought I banned the person. Did I just... I must have just hidden the message.
Products. Same product, better for the environment. 20% less plastic. Hey, shouldn't the company just do this anyway instead of making us choose to make the world a better place? Lab-grown meat is basically magic, like aspartame or any other artificial sugar. We literally found a 0-calorie replacement to sweetener. But hold on, you say. Somehow, people still choose the 200 calories of sugar-blasted water over the 0-calorie nectar of life. Maybe because they can taste the difference. Well, lab-grown meat is even better because there won't be that taste discrepancy. It's made of the same biological muscles and tendons. It will literally taste just as good. In fact, if we engineer it to have more fatty bits or be perfectly textured,
you can make it tastier.
It will taste better.
Oh, we could have all meat be like Kobe beef from Japan.
But it's not like textureless meat is stopping us from making ground beef or sausages or burgers or hot dogs or chicken nuggets or any other part of this balanced breakfast. So why wouldn't you buy it? There's basically two camps that oppose and will continue to oppose lab-grown meat. The first is dullards and skeptics. First, you have the people who are just going to be scared. Lab-grown. Labs are scary. That's where they make vaccines. There are too many.
Oh my God, it's so true though. Oh my God, we're never going to do it. We're never going to get it because all the fucking anti-vaxxers and shit will come out and be like, oh my God, scientists did it. It must be they're trying to give our kids autism or something.
The ingredients on this package. Chemicals. They'll have no qualms about all the genetic modifications that we do to the animals that make up their burgers or nuggies. But if we literally just make carbon copies of the meat, somehow this is going to be cancer-causing mutagenic aberrations against God that turn you into a Ninja Turtle or something. People got freaked out by this concept art of a genetically modified...
Yeah, LaCroix, and oh, God, I paused that really weirdly. Oh, this is the thing. I've seen this before. This is literally the thing I was talking about. Like, I know it looks, guys, I know it looks gross. I know it looks gross. But you can create a pig that doesn't have a nervous system and looks like this, okay? And it's basically, I know, it looks creepy, but it is literally just the same thing without brains. Okay? It's just like doesn't have brains and a nervous system, so it's just a hunk of meat. Okay? You can, anyway, I know it looks gross. Yes.
Headless pig. And yeah, it looks weird.
Yeah, it's just like a meaty plant.
But this is just 1,000 times better than what we have now. It doesn't think or feel pain because it doesn't have a brain, and you still get all the meat and the byproducts. What's the issue? When has looking weird ever stopped you guys from enjoying something?
That's Sir Bart. Yeah, more power to you, Sir Bart.
Ed Sheeran. Sonic the Hedgehog. This stuff is safe and will continue to pass guidelines. But people are always going to have hangups because it's not natural, appealing to the dumbest fallacy of all time. Arsenic is natural.
Yeah, listen, I love this fallacy. I've told you this, guys, before. I hate the, like, that's more natural, all natural. Fucking venom is natural. That's not good for you. Okay, what the fuck are we talking about? Mercury is natural. It exists naturally. Cyanide is natural. It doesn't anyway, this is a marketing thing. It is a marketing thing. It is a marketing thing. It is a marketing thing. Now, if you want to talk about like things that have been created synthetically, like, plastic or whatever, okay, I get it. But like, yeah, like just because something's natural doesn't mean it's better or healthier for you. We understand that?
Glasses aren't. Tidal waves are natural. Life-saving medicine isn't. Natural doesn't mean good. Then, of course, you're going to have people who know that lab-grown meat is safe, but will try to make it illegal because they want to protect the industries of their constituents. Many Republican politicians, like Senate Democrat John Fetterman, have already moved to ban lab-grown meat.
But you actually want to...
Yeah, of course John Fetterman did, because he's I cannot stand fucking Fetterman, I swear to God.
Yeah, I just...
I also can't stand that jack off either. This Bill Maher can't also hate Bill Maher. Jesus, this must have been the worst fucking interview of all time. Bill Maher with Fetterman. God. Jesus.
On Fetterman have already moved to ban lab-grown meat.
But you actually want to ban?
Yeah, I just think, I mean, as I'm a member of the Agriculture Committee, and I really stand with our farmers. Of course, we don't want like the factory.
Oh, little pig. Do you see that? Look at the pig. That's so cute. Look at the little piggy. I mean, not pig. Sorry, penguin. Look at the penguin. That was so cute. I hate Fetterman and I hate Bill Maher.
Farm situation, absolutely opposed to animal cruelty.
But you want to ban it? I mean, shouldn't people have the right?
Yeah, wonder why would Fetterman want to ban? Why would Fetterman want to ban other forms of meat that are not? I mean, like synthetic meat or whatever. I forget, what do you call it? Okay, because he's probably being bribed by, the ranchers and the meat companies, okay? Because he's He's a yeah, he's in the pocket of the meat producers, so he wants to ban any alternative meat products. Okay, that's what it is.
Well, it's like actively. I mean, if people have a chance to prevent that, but overall, for me, I think someone that's really.
That's not an answer. He's just babbling. Okay.
I mean, we are just. I thought, the really highly processed food. I mean, that's exactly the essence of that.
They're not doing it for.
Yeah, that was embarrassing. Listen, guys, I feel bad making fun of Fetterman because I feel like I'm being ableist. I legitimately believe that his stroke, did major brain damage, and I'm not just saying that. I'm not just saying that. If you read accounts of the people near him, he has been acting like a fucking lunatic ever since the stroke, and we need to get him out of fucking office. Okay, we need to get him the fuck out of office. All right, like he is unfit for office. He is a babbling lunatic. The stroke did very bad damage to his brain, and he cannot function as a fucking politician. Anyway, yeah. Oh no, I don't feel bad. I don't feel bad saying the truth about it. I'm just saying. I'm not saying that everyone who has a stroke and has brain damage acts this way. But in his case, it did major damage to his brain. Like, it's insane. And I hate him. Yeah, right. He said animal cruelty. I know. Okay.
Principled reason. They don't care that it's literally better for the environment and animal welfare. It's just to protect farmers. Arizona Representative Michael Carbone said, "We want to protect our cattle and our ranches. Sorry, folks, I'm moving to ban cars to protect the horse industry." Sometimes they want to ban it because they're literally insane.
Cultured meat is made by man. Real meat is made by God himself.
You've got to be fucking kidding me. Really? God, no, actually it wasn't. Technically, all these fucking animals that we have domesticated were not created the way they are today. Human beings bred them and domesticated them into a form that we can eat and like, that we can ranch and shit like that. So God didn't do that shit. We did. But anyway.
Genuinely hate these people. They oppose vaccines.
Like, cows we use for meat are not what they used to be, these things called aurochs. Okay. Aurochs were these big, violent, ox-looking creatures with big horns, and we had to fucking domesticate those things over many years to make them dumb, fat cows that can barely move that we can eat for meat, okay? God didn't make them that way. We did.
Pasteurizing milk. They want to torture animals just for the sake of it. So we need to drag them kicking and screaming into a better and more moral world while they spend every waking moment of their lives trying to make the world a worse place for money, or because they're genuinely so stupid that they take your modern scientific miracles and throw them away. So lab-grown meat is the easy solution, and it's not here yet. So what am I telling you to do? Well, for one, if you're too lazy to make the switch and be vegan, I'm not going to chastise you. That's literally me right now. I am weaning my way off of murder. It's like I said, this video probably won't make you vegan, but it's not about being maximally moral. Even vegans aren't maximally moral. It's not a binary. Some vegans buy clothes made in sweatshops. They use medicine that was tested on animals. They eat meat when they go home to their families. It's all about what you can do practically. If you literally went vegetarian
that's another good point.
Year, this would be better than nothing. You'll hear people say things like, "I could be vegan if it wasn't for cheese." Okay, then do it. Be vegan, except for cheese. I mean, yeah, you're not vegan, but you're not eating meat, and you get to enjoy delicious pizza. Does this erase the moral hazard of contributing to animal suffering? No, but you're still making the world a better.
I don't know, Virtual Violence says, is it ableist to say that people who have brain damage shouldn't hold office ever? Well, honestly, it depends on I'm not saying all kinds of brain damage mean you can't hold office. Gabby Giffords, for example, was shot in the. I'm not a fan of Gabby Giffords politically, but she was shot in the head, and after she was able to do some reparative therapy and stuff, she was able to function pretty well. I'm just saying that, if the brain damage has literally impacted you to the point where you are reversing all your decisions and you're being a lunatic and you're literally running into the middle of a street screaming, which is what Fetterman did, and not taking your medication because he views it as some kind of weird conspiracy against him, which is what he did. I don't think that's ableist. So it depends. Like, if you can't function, then you shouldn't be in office. I don't want to say all people with brain damage, because there's different kinds of brain damage. You can have a stroke. There's people in here who have had strokes and had only a little bit of brain damage, so it's not like they're not functional and can't still think. But the reason I said I hope I'm not being ableist because there are a lot of liberals out there who are super, super sensitive about any comments about that and be like, "How dare you say that about Fetterman?" Okay, Jonas, what about a brainworm? Yeah, no, shouldn't be in office. I'm sorry. I think we can see it. We can see that RFK shouldn't be in office. A lot of brain damage there. Okay, I know. Whatever. Okay.
Place. Just keep in mind that people look for gaps like that as a permission structure to do whatever they want. Oh, you eat cheese? Well, I guess I can eat meat then. And speaking of social pressure, I don't think that many people have been shamed into veganism. If you don't believe in it, you're probably not going to hold yourself to it.
Well, honestly, LaQual, we're already there. LaQual said Congress should only be people in persistent vegetative states. Well, they already are. Literally, I mean, okay, I'm exaggerating, but come on, guys. Come on. Come on, right? What about shut the fuck up, Lois. So Luke, I swear to God, I swear I'm not Lois. So I'm sorry, Lois. So I thought that was you. That was Luke. Luke says, I think it applies to streamers too, especially those who are taking codeine like they are Mike Jones. Excuse you. Excuse you. I've been on. Listen, guys. The last couple of nights I have been on codeine because of my tooth. So like I've been getting in the Discord late and like saying some really weird shit. So just be clear, guys. Just be clear. Like, what is it? A couple days ago, I like got on screen and I was like went into the voice chat and I was like I put my face up and I was like getting my eyes really close to the screen. I'm like, look, ooh, like I was lost. I think I called Jay Williams got on camera and I'm like, oh my God, Jay Williams, you're so adorable. And then Doug got on camera. I'm like, oh my God, Doug, you're so adorable. Like, that's weird shit to say. Please realize that, I say some weird I was not hitting on you. It was just sounding weird, okay? It was sounding weird. I was being very weird. Please forgive me. I am often on codeine, okay? And I got this like strong sensation to reach out to Doug and like grab him by the cheeks and be like, "Ooh, like I don't know, whatever. It's fine. I'm a little bit high on codeine. Okay. Anyway, so please forgive me. Thank you, Liquid Alicord. Okay. Jonas says, so that's why you were still typing at 9 a.m. my time. Yep. Exactly, Jonas. So it wasn't hitting on them. It wasn't like, oh, you're so attractive. No, it was, I said it to everyone. I'm like, you're so adorable. Oh my God, I love your face. It's so adorable. Okay, like a childlike wonder type deal. Okay, whatever. There's gonna be a giant casual revolt Me Too movement. I know it. Just be aware if it's at nighttime and I'm in this Discord, please don't judge me too harshly. Okay. Okay. Jay Williams, I hate you so much. I hate you so much. Okay, let's go on.
Just because
I felt like I was gonna say something else. You're wrong. You didn't like my eye cam. That's right. I didn't like your eye cam. It freaked me out. Weird amorphous blob. Get eyes that are less creepy. Okay. Anyway. Just kidding. You have lovely eyes. Okay. Did I miss here? Yeah, exactly, LaQual. That's the problem, guys. Codeine makes me very nice to the community, okay? All right, let's go on.
Whined, which is funny because I think a lot of people have probably been shamed out of being vegan. The odd one out in the group gets made fun of for their diet, who doesn't get invited because they don't want to accommodate the vegan. So at the very least, try not to be mean to people who are just trying to be better. And if being kind to other living beings...
Listen. It was funny, when I woke up the next day, it kind of felt like I had been dreaming. Like, I had these weird images in my head. I think I remember Weird Amorphous Blob showing us, like, a face of, like, of a killer, like a Friday the 13th killer or something, and, like, blood splatter. For some reason, I remember blood splatter or something. I know this sounds weird, but I'm not joking, and I feel like Doug was showing us some shit, because it's all mixed in together in my head, and then I imagine Weird Amorphous Blob's eye. Anyway, I don't know what the fuck I said or did, okay? I might have witnessed him. Oh, it was your old Halloween mask? Okay, like, literally, I must have been very out of it, because when I woke up, I'm like, what was I just doing? Okay, you didn't know. I totally meant them, Dolly Boy. I totally meant them. Don't worry, you didn't miss anything, Louise. You didn't miss anything, okay?
Beings isn't enough to convince you. Just remember that there's tons of hot vegan people who will shower you with praise if you make the change.
Them? They're going vegan? Vegans are so hot.
Wow, vegans are so hot.
What's that Waluigi body pillow whose bottom I have to blur on YouTube? You think vegans are sexy?
And finally, if you're like me for most of my life and never find it convenient to make the switch and be vegan, start advocating for
He's attractive. I'm going to be
lab-grown
vegan
meat.
just
Vote out
for
these
him.
moron politicians who oppose it for no good reason. Bully your local beef farmer into getting with the times, and make it known that the demand for cruelty-free, delicious burgers and nuggets is out there. That's right.
Don't worry, guys. No doubt. Listen, everyone's like, I missed it. I missed when Sam was completely blasted in the Discord. There'll be like hell. I'll probably be blasted tonight. Okay, come to the fucking Discord. I'll probably be blasted in there, being lovey-dovey. I'm like, oh my God, Louise, I love seeing you here. Hi, Louise. You're adorable, Louise. That's probably what'll end up happening. All right.
Government, be the enlarged monster that conservatives think you are, and subsidize my laziness for the good of the planet. I'm the soy pill, and several animals were harmed in the making of this video. Hey, it's the segment where I shout out a smaller channel. Oops, all
How dare you,
ladders.
Louise.
Today's ladder is barely informed. He made me feel barely informed about the Iran conflict, and makes well-edited videos that will maybe make you think that we'll all die in a nuclear hellfire soon. Go check him out in the description. If you want to be on ladders...
Yeah, partially lurking snow leopard, like when you guys were... Okay, that was a good video. Sorry, I got distracted talking about me being blasted. Sir Bart said greater. Okay. Let's see here. Yes, that was partially lurking snow leopard when we were photoshopping. When you guys were photoshopping my face onto various things. Okay. I take a lot of pictures of my face when I've taken coding. Let's put it that way. I take a lot of pictures of my face. Okay, I did get blasted though. What do you mean, Philly cheese? What does that mean? What's wrong with getting blasted? All right, I thought it was. Yeah, no, I agree. I do like the argument for lab-grown meat. Okay, I like the argument for lab-grown meat. We need some more of that shit. Okay, thank you, Weird Morpheus Blob. So there really was a mask that Weird Morpheus Blob showed us. Okay, all right. Forgive me for getting distracted there. I agree. No, I agree. I think I agree, Outer Signal. The issue of eating meat is also massively is a major contributor to climate change. It is not a small thing. It is not a small thing. It's a massive contributor to climate change. A lot of you disgust me, elevator lady. A lot of by the way, elevator lady, remember my rant last night? For those who were in the Discord yesterday, I'm sorry, let me take a step back. I'm jumping all over the place. It is a big issue because of climate change. We should actually, you know what we should do? You're absolutely right in your group. We should eat more insects. That would be nice. If we ate more insect-based protein, of course, people will be repulsed by that. I know, elevator lady. Yes. So yes, last night when I was on Discord, I'm like, elevator lady, hey, do you want to learn a lesson? And I literally just did a quick little lesson on the no campaign because I was also very high at that point. So yeah, come into the server at night. You'll probably see me doing things I regret. And I did like a whole little lesson. Okay. It is actually abysmal how we don't eat insects. Yeah, Philly cheese. Okay. So whatever. It's fine. Okay. It's fine. You just ignore me. I know, right? Look what Alicorn it will be. I hope not. Okay. There are already people who think cricket farms are being used to put them in our. I know. Lurking still leopard. Okay. I know it's fun, but okay, whatever, guys. I'm putting up my face. I'm gonna put my face up. Where's my face? Boop. All right. La di da da da, la da 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 da. How's everyone doing? We good? We good? Everyone good out there? I don't know why I keep taking off the thing on the end of my thing. Boop, 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 boop. All right. What time is it? 4:37. They are outer signal. I've eaten insects. I've eaten crickets. I've eaten what are they called? Worms. What kind of worms are they? Not sandworms. That's not a thing. They are what are they called? The fucking paper worms? I forget what they're called. They taste like crickets taste like almonds. They do. They taste like almonds. I actually have a bag of cricket flour, which is literally just ground up crickets into a powder, and it tastes like almonds, mealworms. I haven't used. I made cricket powder or cricket flour waffles, and they weren't bad at all. They weren't actually bad at all. Philly cheese. Have you tried tarantula? I have. I have tried tarantula. I've had chocolate covered tarantula legs, I think they were, or torsos or something. I can't remember what they were. They were like, they didn't look like tarantulas, but they were pieces of tarantula. They weren't great. I got to tell you, they weren't great. I wasn't a big fan. They kind of tasted like, I don't know. I just didn't like them. They didn't taste that great. I have eaten Alaska bull testicle. I have eaten bull testicles, yes. Cricket flour waffle. That sounds like something a psychopath would make. How dare you? If they were good, they were delicious. They literally taste like almonds. Okay. You can eat meat. You thought they were called bears. Hilarious. Yeah, Rocky Mountain oysters. Can you bring? Look, Quabble. I do not. That's a lie. Okay, that's a lie. All right, elevator lady. Elevator lady has been in a mood recently. Okay, elevator lady has been coming at me in every way imaginable. When I was high yesterday, elevator's like, this story about the No campaign is so libbed up, you liberal, casual liberal. I'm like, Jesus Christ, God, calm down, elevator lady. Such a freak out. Okay. Anyway, let's see. You are a liberal. Fuck you, Jay Williams. Fuck you. Fuck you. Any irrational compliments I gave you a couple days ago, Jay Williams, I take it back. Anyway, I was enjoying, let's see here. It's a Freudian panty slip. I did not. Oh, whatever, elevator lady. Right. You were very mean. Elevator lady was also talking about how much she loves the swastika and how she's like, it's a very powerful symbol. Something about it does something for me. I don't know, but I love the swastika as a symbol. Anyway, that's what also elevator lady was saying. I'm just kidding. I'm literally making shit up about elevator lady. None of this ever happened. Okay, none of this ever happened. Okay, whatever. Virtual violence. When they go when they go low, we eat bugs. Yeah, that's not literally. There's nothing wrong with eating bugs. Eat bugs, guys. Eat more bugs. It's a good source of protein. Just don't. It's just like other forms of meat. Just don't grind it up. Don't care about what you're eating. By the way, on a side note, let me look up the percentage. You guys know I'm gonna gross all of you out. I don't care. Yeah, I don't care. What'd you say, Tater Tot? The thought of eating insects or cows or pigs? Yuck. Oh, nah. I love eating animals. Fuck it. I want to eat that pig. I want to eat that cow. But people need to be okay with eating insects too. Because they should focus on the insects. We should eat more insects and less cows and pigs. But anyway, okay. So let's go over here. Let's see here. Percentage of meat's back on the menu, boys. There you go. Percentage. I'll find it. Percentage of. I know, Tater Tot. I'm reversing what you're saying. Flowers, insect parts. Okay, so you hear something gross. Okay, so there is a regulation on American flour, like when it comes to literally flour, like wheat flour. And I've always thought it was funny that people who don't like eating insects, because the rule here, guys, it is impossible. It is absolutely impossible to keep insects out of flour and grain and things like that. You're never going to get all the insects out of it, especially flour. There's going to be insect parts in the flour you eat, 100% every single time. As a matter of fact, the government regulates the amount of insect parts that can be in flour per 50 grams of wheat flour. And right now in the United States, the average, the Food and Drug Administration allows around 75 insect parts for every 50 grams of wheat flour. So you can have like there are you are eating insects even if you don't want to. The same is 100% true for coffee grounds, for what is it called? For ketchup. Like most things, like you're not going to get all the insect parts out of those. They're everywhere. So to be clear, you're already eating insect parts even if you don't want to. Okay? Like seriously, it's just a little extra protein. Who cares? Okay. So I know. I'm just saying, guys. So a lot of what I think is interesting, there are vegans out there who also are against eating insect meat. And I'm like, you're eating it anyway. You literally are. You're literally eating, like, even if you're just eating wheat flour, you're eating fucking insect parts. You can't help it. There will literally be insects that go, now listen, this is gross. Yeah, it's filled with worms. You say here, Lois, so yeah, there are ways to measure how many insect parts. You can do DNA analysis where you look at proportions of different DNA-based molecules and stuff. There are different ways of doing it. If you want something else kind of gross, guys, just to say, I know, there have literally been, when you're okay, listen, this is gonna be gross. There will be bugs that go into your mouth when you're sleeping. And there will be bugs that go into your mouth when you're outside, or fly into your nose, or fly into your mouth that you never know about. It happens more than you think. And then you swallow them or eat them and other things. I'm just saying, okay, I know. Yeah, there's literally microscopic bugs all over your body. There's microscopic bugs in your eyelashes and in your yep, exactly, Lois. So there are literally hundreds of insects living on our skin 24/7. I'm sorry, yeah, eyelash mites. I'm just saying, I'm not trying to be gross. I'm just saying our perception of insects is not really based off reality, okay? I know. Um uh okay, the whole sleep swallowing. No, so Cal, you do swallow bugs, like not many, but there isn't like there's the myth is that it happens all the time. But yeah, during your life, insects will go into your mouth. Whether sleeping or not, it's just like obvious because they crawl on your body and shit. There will be bugs that are already on your skin that go into your mouth and shit, okay? They're small, they're microscopic, but they're there. I'm just saying, okay? Like, let me show you something. Yeah, that's my point, is that not spiders. I'm talking bugs on our skin and shit. I know. Let me show you something real fast. I'm sorry. I know you all hate me. Please forgive me. Yeah, so this is cute. This is cute. Okay. So if you don't know, folks, if you don't know, there are on your eyelashes, there are literally mites. There are literally mites that live in your eyelashes. There are little bugs that live in your eyelashes. You know what? Everyone's gonna leave the stream. What, LaQual? What? What? Do you want me to stop? Okay, I will stop. I'm sorry. I will stop. I'm not showing the pictures. I'm just telling you. We need to think better about insects, okay? They're our friends. Okay? Insects are our friends. All right. Okay, we'll stop. We're done. Look at that. Look, we all learned so much. Today, didn't we? Look, well, this is fun. Oh my God, this was like the worst. We've talked about genocide on this stream. We talked about like the war crimes of Vietnam and like listen, the thing that then gets people super upset is when I talk about bugs. I love this. This is hilarious. Oh my God, I love the power I have to horrify people. Okay. Anyway, all right. Tear down this channel. Okay, let's go on, guys. Let's go on. We'll go on here. We'll find something else to watch. You know what really concerned me? What really got my attention is when LaCroix started sounding like Matt Guy, and was like, Sam. I've never seen LaCroix do that. That was really fucking funny. Okay. Anyway, I'm like, sorry, LaCroix. Okay. Anyway, let's go on here. All right. No, is the viewer count going down? Is it really? That'd be really funny. Let's check that. Let's fucking check that. I'm curious. Oh my God, is it? That'd be really funny if it was. No, it's not. It didn't go down much at all. Okay, whatever. You're all liars. All right. Okay. All right, we got it. I am enjoying this. This is greatly amusing to me. Okay, guys, sorry for not being in chat more. I've been on a Discord call with some friends. Oh, that's okay, Couch Potato. We're really glad to have you here. We love having you here, okay? Did we lose Twab? I hope not. Someone go get Twab back. Go find Twab and apologize to her for me. Okay, let's go on. Let's see what else we have here. Let's watch something kind of fun, right? Let's watch something kind of fun. Who just punched me? I didn't see it. Who just punched me? Asshole. Okay. Let's find something kind of fun to watch. I think someone sent me. Oh, God. Ooh, that looks cool. We can watch Virtual Violence. Let's watch what Virtual Violence sent us, and then we'll send what Doug sent us. So this is just kind of a fun one. This is called... Okay, this is an instrument. Let me put up the screen here so you guys can see it. I'm saving the viewer numbers. Thank you, Dolly Boy. Okay, thank you, Dolly Boy, for that. All right. This is a fun one sent by... Who sent this again? Forgive me. Virtual Violence, I think. This is just a santur, which is an Iranian or a Persian instrument. And it's a direct ancestor of the American hammered dulcimer. So... Okay, we're done dancing. All right. So, oh, my arms look good. Anyway, sorry, I'll stop. So, let's watch this guy play this Persian instrument, playing, I guess, I don't know, a Masters of War, which is a Bob Dylan song. Why the fuck? Okay, I'd rather hear a traditional song, but it's fine. Okay, thank you, Couch Potato. The dulcimer, I think it's called. Isn't it dulcimer? I don't remember. Really? Thank you. Really? I thought so, too. I'm like, oh, my God, my arms don't look bad when I'm doing that. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I'm being selfish. I'm like, I'm glad my arms look nice. Anyway, okay. So, yeah, Lois, so I swear to God. Okay. So let's watch this. I will listen to this.
Come, you masters of war. You that build the big guns. You that build the death planes. You that build off the bombs. You that hide behind walls. You that hide behind deaths. I just want you to know I can see through your mask. You that never done nothing but build to destroy. You play with my world like it's your little toy.
Ooh, this is
Put
good.
a gun in my hand and you hide from my eyes. And
now, I don't know if I can play the whole thing, guys, because copyright, so sorry if I pause it. But this is really good.
you turn and run
Very nice song.
fast bullets fly. Like a Judas of old, you lie and see. A world war can be won. You want me to believe, but I see through your eyes, and I see through your brain, like I see through the water that runs down the drain.
so cool. I love the sound of this instrument.
How much do I know to?
Okay. I can't play the whole thing, guys, because I will get copyrighted, but that's really lovely. That's really lovely. Okay. Maybe we need to do another After Dark soon where we listen to music, etc. That's beautiful. All right. Copywritten. Yeah, whatever. Okay. So whatever the fuck the word is, I don't know. Okay, that was beautiful. Okay. I thought Central Europe had monopoly on great music. Of course they do, Jonas. Well, that's obviously not. I want to play you, like, guys, I love like music from around the world. Let me give you another one. This is a classic one. You guys have heard this before. So there is a whole subfield of anthropology called ethnomusicology. And it is the study of music and culture. And it's interesting. A lot of music can be kind of linked back to cultural beliefs in terms of how the music is created and how it sounds. So at least theoretically, okay? So let me give you an example. Like in Europe, for example, there was, well, let me just give you an example here. So this is a famous piece of Japanese music, okay? A famous piece of Japanese music. Wait 1 second, guys. Let me just check something out. How many people are over on YouTube? How many people are over on YouTube? We got 11 over on YouTube. All right. I'm going to add, for the folks that are over on YouTube, I'm going to ask you a question here. So I'm going to do a poll for the people on YouTube. I'm going to ask you if you can move to Twitch. If you can't, that's okay. Can you move to Twitch? Can you move to Twitch? Okay, and so don't leave or anything, but because okay. So for those that are on YouTube, I just asked, can you move to Twitch? Yes, for the right price. Very funny. Okay, so go ahead, just answer the question. So ethnomusicology, study of music and how it reflects cultural beliefs and things like that, cultural values. How different forms of music and ways of doing music, etc., are reflective of culture and things like that. Okay, so one thing that Europe is kind of, well, let's put it this way. I'm going to give you an example here. We're going to listen to a song from Japan, a very old song from Japan called Sakura, which means cherry blossoms. And I want you guys to. Okay, it looks like most of the people can move from only 3 people voted over on YouTube. But of the people that voted, 3, most people said yes that you can move. But that's only 2 people out of 3 that voted. Okay, well, regardless, we'll just watch this then. Okay, so listen, this is not like fully scientific. This is kind of theoretical, all right? So we can critique it. There you go. Yeah, there you go, Loiso. So Japanese culture, when this was created, was very Buddhist. It was sort of a Buddhist-centered culture. There is a sense in Buddhism of balance and like being calm and like acknowledging your environment and restraining your emotions. Being mindful and not restraining your emotions, but being mindful of how you feel and why you feel that way. Of sort of like this oneness with nature, and remaining cognizant, okay, of like the environment. And you can almost hear these sort of cultural ideals in music. This sounds weird, okay? But, and then if you compare this to like something from Europe, you'll see what I mean. So listen to this and kind of try to, if you can, while you're listening to it, try to listen under the surface of the music. You can almost feel restraint, right? Like there's emotion underneath the surface that is being kind of restrained and like calmness, and then controlled emotionality. I'm not sure how to frame this. Just listen. There are like parts that are quiet, that are kind of like moments of restraint and drawing back. It's very Buddhist. So just listen, okay? You guys have probably heard this before, but listen to it with this new idea in mind. So the psalm was written, like there could be more notes, but they specifically choose to do like notes that are like bum, 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 bum. That's almost restraint. Do you see what I mean? Like not going all out. Tower is sort of a supposed to be like a Buddhist monastery type deal, right? And now pulling it back. Yeah, a pagoda. Pulling it back, pulling back the emotion, finding your center, okay? Now, just wait for it. I'm going to play you another song after this to show you the contrast. Yeah, Golly Boy, exactly. There, guys, my point here, well, okay, I'll keep playing. Sakura, all right? By the way, Sakura, you got an elevator lady. I cut it off right at the end for the sake of copyright stuff. We only had a couple minutes left of it, or like I only had a minute left. You guys want to finish it? Let's just finish it. I shouldn't be copyrighted. Okay. So, listen. So that is sakura. The word sakura means cherry blossom. And there is this notion in sort of Buddhism and in Japan specifically and in China that like a cherry blossom is symbolic of a life. Cherry blossoms come very quickly. Thank you, Dolly. Yes, my thank you. That was me. Okay. Thank you, Dolly boy. Yeah, cherry blossoms open for a very short amount of time and then they fall to the ground. It's kind of like life. It comes and it goes. It's a natural cycle. And like, so that's what this song is. And you can hear this is a complex song. This is a complex song. It is full of a lot of quiet zones. It's not just sound. The places where it's quiet are also part of the song. Do you see what I mean? These voids. Now, it's reflective of the culture from which it came. Now, if you were to go, I got you, Lois. So I'm never going to do it right. So I'm going to ignore it. But thank you for the advice there. Lois says Japanese doesn't have stressed syllables and such. Lay off the sakura for a more natural pronunciation. Sakura, is that right? Sakura, would that be correct, Loiso? Okay. So this is. Let me now show you the opposite of that. Let me give you a European. Thank you, Loiso. Okay. Let me give you a European, the opposite. Now, this is not a great comparison because for those that know about music history, this is going to be like, not exactly the same time frame and stuff, but it makes my point. Okay. European music and like music that is viewed as really good in Europe is, all right, let me just show you here. So, okay. So that last song we just talked about, right? Very much like quiet and like calming of emotions, right? The calming of emotions, not going crazy with the emotions, kind of keeping them inward and things like that. Okay. Let's compare it to a European piece of music, which has multi-tonality or what's the term? There's multiple, I forget the music word here. There's multiple voices all singing together in differently to create a whole. In that last piece of music, it was very complex, but it was really only two different voices, two different like tunes being played at the same time. In lots of European music, at the time, there's lots of different voices coming together to create a whole, and it is not restrained emotion. At least not all the music as nearly as restrained, okay? So listen to this, and how is this different from that? So, listen, I like this piece of music. Okay, I like this piece of music. But do we see how? And I like the last piece of music. But do we see how there's a fundamental difference there? Right. One is more focused on restraint and very specific notes, simplistically chosen to create a really good whole, like as in like keeping it simple but in a beautiful way. That takes a lot of artistry. If you go then to the opposite side of the world, to a sort of something that came from Europe, and not all European music is like this, but a lot is this kind of hetero, what is it? Hetera, whatever Luke said, where there's multiple voices singing. There's a massive release of emotion. There is often almost like an orgasmic moment type deal. Um, it's also reflective of European culture, this kind of grandiosity, right? This kind of sense of a greater purpose, romanticism, okay? That we're fighting for God and like religiosity and like these bigger ideals, okay? And that like the human spirit and God are like something above humans, that there is something above humans, something transcendent, okay? Like it's very reflective of the cultural norms, is it not? Um, yes. Yeah, okay. So my point is like this is not outer signal, seriously though. I'm not saying that this stuff is fascist. It is not. But there is a reason why, like this song was a very fascist song, in my opinion, okay? In terms of how it sounds, this is very romanticist, is it not? Is it not very romantic? It's very like big ideals and like makes you feel epic and like powerful and strong. Hitler loved this shit. Okay, like seriously, the Nazis love shit like this. But anyway, yeah. So anyway, but it's just an interesting how music can kind of reflects cultures, and of course, a lot of Europeans and Americans and stuff view European music and stuff as like the epitome, and like Mozart and Beethoven and Bach, and all these people as being like the great, and they're very talented. Do not get me wrong, but other places in the world have music that we are just not used to it that we're just not used to, that is just as beautiful and brilliant. It's just that it is a different cultural expression. Does that make sense? Does this make sense? Like the Sakura is beautiful and brilliant, but it doesn't have the same sounds we're used to, so we don't view it as beautiful and brilliant. That's my point. Yeah, that's literally what I just said, Loy. So I just said that this is unfair because this is one specific time thing in Europe. Yes. Yeah. Yes, you just said that way. So okay. But you're right. There's different kinds of music in Europe, but you see a lot less of this in Japan overall. Yeah. So we could also say, does that make sense? Okay. Elevator, I hate you so much. Okay. We got that? Okay. So it's just interesting. We could also like there's a lot of other music. Loiso is right. I'm overgeneralizing. I used an extreme example to really get the point across. Okay, an extreme example really to get the point across. All right. I know it's out of Georgian chants there, Luke. But even Georgian chants have multi-tonality or heterotonality. Let me show you what I mean. So a Georgian chant. So if anyone knows Gregorian chant, you are just making stuff up. What the fuck are you talking about, Luke? What the fuck are you talking about? Okay. I'm not making shit up. Gregorian. I'm not Georgian. Gregorian. I'm sorry. Gregorian chant. I don't know why I said Georgian chant. Gregorian chant. Okay. Gregorian. I'm having trouble. Gregorian chant. Okay. Gregorian chant is cool. If you want to hear some Gregorian chant. So monks would oftentimes sing would basically each you'll hear it, okay? It was kind of a bunch of voices singing at once. They'd be singing parts of the Bible, they'd be singing hymns and things like that. All right. I know, Luke, fuck you. So this was a Christian tradition. And it would be multiple voices coming together, multiple voices coming together to form a greater whole, okay? Did YouTube finally cut out? It didn't? Okay. Folks, what I'm going to do, guys, for those that are over on YouTube, I'm going to actually leave YouTube. Forgive me, but I can't risk getting a copyright strike. So for those that are over on YouTube, please, I'm going to be getting off soon anyway, to be honest, probably. So if you guys please come over. If you're on YouTube, please go over to Twitch. Outer Signal was kind enough to post the Twitch link in the YouTube chat. Please just click on it. Go over to Twitch. You can watch me there. For those that are on YouTube, you have a good rest of your day if I don't see you over on Twitch. Love you all very much. For the sake of what we're doing here, I'm going to just go over to Twitch, okay? Majority of you said yes, you can move over to Twitch. So let's do that. Okay. Now we're just on Twitch. All right.